maybe a little negative, but I think overall the sentiment in every aspect is moving forward. And so we do strongly believe that the relationship will continue to grow. When you look at the 5 million Indian Americans in the US, they are making roughly 1.5% of the population, but generating almost 6% of GDP. In every aspect, they are taking the lead from technology world, from the other aspect of the US corporate environment. So once again, welcome. And on that note, I'd like to bring in John Chambers, our chairman, for his opening remarks. John?
Love you, buddy. You know, each time you come to Washington, you realize how lucky we are to be a democracy and how fortunate the last 250 years have been for our countries, our family, and everybody to come together in this country. I get literally goosebumps driving down past the monument and looking at our country's future. And when you think about democracy, it's about the ability to empower people to accomplish more together than they can by themselves and to control their government. I also find it's fascinating, 75 years ago, India, a year ago from last couple months, had their 75th anniversary. And you suddenly realize that we have so much in common between our countries and the direction. The ability to dream, and I think dream together is a key aspect of it. How many of you were with us 10 years ago when we formed USISPF? Just a quick show of hands. Remember what it was like. It was a dream not of doing joint trade together, although we're going to do the $500 billion in a fair way for both sides. It was a dream how our two countries could work together to change the world, change our economy, add dramatic GDP growth to both countries, change healthcare, change education, change innovation, change brilliant startups, good to see you again, and make it a win for both of our countries that's a model of the rest of the world. How many of you are in high tech? You know what it's like in high tech. If you don't have a vision and a dream, and if you're not willing to move rapidly, you get left behind. And you catch momentum and you build off of it. The last 10 years, remember our objectives that we outlined 10 years ago? We've achieved almost all of them. We set our objectives too low, although most people felt, including the media, that it wasn't possible. And I think you're just beginning to see what is truly possible going forward. History remembers that the strength of democracy is in how they work together. Our countries have a chance to work together in a way we've never done before, but we can't do it in silos. It can't be trade over here, defense over here, semiconductors over here. It's got to be, how do we think out of the box? And how do we, in my opinion, add 3 to 4% to the GDP of India every year because of this partnership? And how we add 1 to 2% every year to the US that we would not get out of GDP growth. That's never been done before. But as you understand the power of technology, transformation, not working in silos, but thinking out of the box, this is not just a dual objective. We would miss an opportunity forever in making this happen. The momentum's been good. If you look at where we are in the most recent events, I remember back to a couple of years ago, Prime Minister Modi in Washington, and we did a business reception for him with thousands and thousands of people. And we said at that time the partnership was going to be a huge foundation for the future. And we said the question is not, will India be the number 4 GDP in the world, but it will be the number 1 GDP. At that session, the Prime Minister took his notes, threw it away, spoke from the heart. And what you begin to realize is it's great to have vision and strategy. And if you really think about leaders in our country and in India, their currency is based very, very much on their track record, the relationships they form and trust. And over the last 10 years, we've expanded that in every way across not just the government leaders, but the business leaders, our universities, key technology leaders, etc. So you know where I'm going with this. It is an opportunity not to say, let's make incremental improvement. Arvind, as you know very much from IBM, Raj, you know from Federal Express. If you just do an incremental improvement, you get left behind in this world. It's how do we think out of the box in terms of what is really going to be possible for the future. I am honored to be called the biggest bull in India and have been for 20 years. Shireen Baum gives me a hard time about that every time I see her. But it's for a very simple reason. This nation has such a tremendous future. But they also know how to partner, and partner at the deep level. As we think about it today, and you really think about the opportunity for this relationship, this is the biggest bet I would make if I were thinking about it and could play the odds on Wall Street. And I am with 24 startups. I've got about 12 unicorns, 2 decacorns. 60% of them are Indian diaspora in the leadership role. So we have a foundation in front of us. You watch the momentum at the summit, G7 summit, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, how they're getting together. We understand the momentum with the most recent Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State's visit to India and the commitment on it. We've seen the AI conference, which really focuses what I think will be the biggest opportunity between our two countries go well. There's progress in the trade agreements, and it is amazing how far a win-win attitude extends there. But I think we can do more. I think we've got to challenge ourselves to stretch further in terms of what's possible. AI will be at the heart of that, and I think people are just beginning to understand AI isn't a technology. It allows you to change everything. And to change it, you have to work across and break down the functions in your organization or your government really to make a difference. As you leave here today, I'm going to challenge us. I think if you look at the challenges occurring over the next decade, there are going to be some pretty major ones. I think what very few people have written about is what could a strategic partnership between India and the US do in terms of these outcomes, should we pull ourselves closer together and have the courage to go for it. And will there be bumps along the way? Of course. Of course. When you're trying to do something that dramatic, that no one's ever done before, at a speed and scale they've never seen, we're going to spin off the curves occasionally. Now, as a technologist, and Arvind, I've never completely understand this, when my customers have had a real key problem, sometimes our mistake as a company, and you work with them through that problem, you build the relationship, guess what happens? It's a stronger relationship after the problem than before, and they order more from you. So should it surprise any of us we hit a couple bumps? Absolutely not. In fact, I would argue this is less than I thought we'd have. And if you really think about what's in front of us, we're going to have some issues that miss. So as you walk away from this session, I'd like to challenge each of you, much as I've done every year. I am the biggest bull in India. I am the biggest believer this relationship can transform the future of the world in a very positive way. So my ask of you, when you go back to your companies, your organization, your government responsibilities, etc., think of one thing that you can do to help move this relationship further. Then secondly, think of something outside your responsibility that you can be a role model in helping other people get there. If you agree with everything I've said, and I say this every USISPF session we've done over the last 10 years, I haven't challenged you hard enough. I want to make you a little bit uncomfortable. I want you to say, John, that's too big of a stretch. How many of our stretch goals have we missed with USISPF so far? Almost none. What does that say to you as a business leader? We need to stretch further. I want to thank you for being part of our partnership. It's amazing what we've done together, and our best times are still in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Mukesh, for the opening remarks. We're now going to move to our panel discussion on the pillars of the U.S. energy security and infrastructure. Please welcome to the stage USISPF board member, Mr. Ernie Thrasher, President and CEO of Xcoal Energy and Resources, Dr. Prasanna Joshi, Director of Economics and Energy at ExxonMobil Corporation, and our moderator, Ms. Ingrid Hennick, Vice President at the Cohen Group. Please join us on stage.
So good afternoon. We're going to dive right in, and I think we all share John Chambers' enthusiasm in terms of the U.S.-India relationship, and certainly energy is right at the forefront of that. There are few issues that are more consequential to the future of U.S.-India partnership than this one. At a moment of profound geopolitical uncertainty, energy has emerged as one of the defining strategic questions of our time. It sits at the nexus of economic growth, national security, technological innovation, climate ambition, and global competitiveness. Both the US and India face a common challenge: how to power expanding economies, strengthen energy security, and accelerate emissions reductions, all at the same time. Success will require pragmatic leadership, long-term investment, and every viable energy source and technology. The decisions made today will shape not only the prosperity and security of our two nations, but also the trajectory of the global energy transition. That's why this conversation and the expertise represented on this stage matters so deeply. I'm joined by Dr. Prasanna Joshi, ExxonMobil's Director of Economics and Energy, who leads the team behind the company's global energy outlook. He's a chemical engineer by training. His leadership experience spans research, global sales, and low-carbon technologies. Mr. Ernie Thrasher is a veteran of the global energy business who has more than 5 decades of experience navigating commodity markets and international trade. Mr. Thrasher is the founder and CEO of XCoal Energy and Resources, the largest exporter of U.S. origin coal, and the founder of XLNG Energy and Resources. Let me dive right in. I've been told we have 20 minutes for the conversation. Prasanna, ExxonMobil's global energy outlook represents one of the most influential views of the world energy system through 2050. What stands out about India in that outlook? And what role does U.S. supply, especially LNG and nuclear, play in meeting that demand?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Ingrid. I'm happy to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, USISPF, for the invitation. So I'm going to dive right in, start with the problem statement, and we do this energy outlook. So I'll talk about the global picture first, and then contrast India, how it stands out. So from a fundamental thesis, energy and economics are very, very closely correlated, and I'm preaching to the choir. So global energy demand today and global GDP are very related. As standard of living improves, the energy use per capita goes up. The global GDP is about, give and take, $100 trillion. India makes up 4% of the global GDP. Our outlook is projecting that the global GDP will essentially double in the next 25 years. Whereas India, if you contrast that GDP, 4 trillion, going almost a factor of 7 to 8 times. That's the ambition, going to 25 to 30 trillion dollars. So that's how India stands out on global GDP and GDP. Now, if you translate that to energy, energy demand is expected to grow only about 12 to 15% in the next 25 years. For India, that number is a factor of 3. So to fuel the growth of economy in India, energy demand has to grow at least a factor of 2 to 3 times than what it is today. So that's the problem statement. Now, if you come to the solution set, there are a few options. Where is this energy going to come from? First, renewables, and I'll try to contrast where it is today versus what's needed. So total power generation capacity in India is about 500 gigawatts today. The ambition by 2047 under the Viksit Bharat is to take the 500 to about 2100 gigawatts. That's a factor of 4. And again, when you talk about India, it's multiples, not percentages. Now, if you look at 500 gigawatts, renewables make up about 200 to 220 gigawatts out of the 500 today, and solar is about 100. The projection for solar and wind is the most highest growth, and 100 gigawatts have to go to about 1,800 gigawatts. So it's a factor of even higher, not just 7, 8 times, but 15 to 20 times. And that sets up one of the solution set and opportunity set is there is so much opportunity for investment and opportunity for collaboration in India. Now let me bring it down to oil and gas, which is closer to our company and heart in some sense. So renewables I talked about, today most of India's energy is actually almost 80-85% is fueled by fossil-based. Coal, I know Ernie will talk about, but also oil and gas. And the two sectors that really are important from an oil and gas perspective are commercial transportation and chemical feedstocks for oil, because there are no easy alternatives, and then power generation. So if you look at exploration, I will first focus on exploration. I'm not sure how many of you know, only 10% of India's resources have been explored to date. So there is a huge opportunity to explore more for fossil-based resources. And given what's happening today in the world, energy security becomes an important avenue to really maximize the endowments that India as a country has, and exploration becomes an important piece of it. In terms of gas, today gas makes about 6% of India's energy equation. The ambition is to take it to anywhere from 12 to 15% by 2047. Now it will require infrastructure, it will require partnerships and exploration, as I said. However, it will also require being open to business and actually giving companies some long-term viability of how we can invest. So that's really the equation I want to set up from a problem statement and what the opportunity set is, including all the energy mixes. So I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Thank you. And Ernie, X-Coal has developed a significant U.S. coal export business across the metallurgical as well as thermal markets. How is the commercial relationship with India evolving, and what role does U.S. coal play?
Yeah, well, thank you for allowing me to participate today. The India-U.S. relationship relative to coal is a very good news story. India as a destination is the largest consumer of U.S. export coal, currently at approximately 23% of U.S. coal exports, which is more than number 2 and number 3 combined. And it's grown significantly. 2005, there were 1 million tons of coal going to India. 2015, 5.6 million. And last year, 21.5 million. So the growth is phenomenal. But I think one thing to keep in mind, as Prasanna said, India and the world needs all forms of energy today. One form of energy by itself is not going to solve the world's insatiable demand for energy and electricity. So it's drawing on all these sources. But coal is a low-cost form of energy for India. It's been very critical to the electrification policy of the Indian government to get electricity down to a significant portion of the population. And because of that, U.S. coal has played a dominant role in that process. LNG, much smaller percentage. India only utilizes about 2.8% of U.S. LNG exports. Again, a lot of that is price sensitive. because of the Indian economy and, as Prasan said, chemical feedstocks and industrial use. But there's a great growth potential for U.S. collaboration with India. India has a policy that they're implementing to develop coal gasification, which would rely a lot on U.S. technology and implementation to facilitate that. India itself produces 1 billion tons of coal. So despite producing 1 billion tons of their own indigenous product, they're still a large consumer of U.S. coal. So as we're trying to balance trade issues, U.S. energy as a whole, and coal as part of that, is going to be a critical part of the U.S. energy trade balance.
Thank you. Infrastructure and financing often determines what's actually achievable on the ground in India, whether it's LNG terminals, coal supply chains, or upstream development. Prasanna, as far as ExxonMobil's technology portfolio that spans across carbon capture, hydrogen, and low-emission fuels, how transferable is that stack to the Indian market?
Oh, that's a great question. So I will start emphasizing the point that was already mentioned, is all solutions are going to be needed. And ExxonMobil in particular we stood up our low carbon solutions business in 2021 and have had about 3-4 years under the belt, focusing on carbon capture, utilization and storage, hydrogen, and biofuels. The reality is, one of the things that we have learned over the last 3 years is the cost of those technologies is still high. And that's the reality. So we have been working on technology set, trying to bring the cost down for these solutions to penetrate, and the willingness of the market to pay is not quite there. So just as an example, we had the largest blue hydrogen project in Baytown that was announced a few years ago. We canceled that late last year just because the customer base that is willing to pay the premium is just not available today. It's small. It will take time. Having said that, there are certain solutions. So let's look at industries that are hard to decarbonize, and also I would extend that for hard to electrify, because those go hand in some way, form, or shape. Like, for example, steel, glass, cement, they require high temperature heat. And there are no easy technological solutions at scale economically available today to electrify those. You can make green steel in a smaller sense, and electrification of recycled steel has already happened. But the actual making of new steel still requires high temperature. Now, technology is improving. So that's where solutions like carbon capture and storage. So CCS versus CCUS. CCS is the solution that is available at scale today. We have about 9 projects ongoing, but it requires 2 things. One is infrastructure of pipelines, and in the Gulf Coast, as well as storage space that is amenable to put CO2. And when you have confluence of both of those, absolutely you can transfer that technology. So India absolutely should look at CCS as a solution to decarbonize hard to electrify industries. Hydrogen is also a part of the solution, no question about that. However, low carbon hydrogen is an additional cost. And just to give you a few numbers, gray hydrogen, if it's $1 per kg, blue hydrogen costs somewhere about $2 per kg, give and take, plus minus. And then green hydrogen today is anywhere from 3 to 10 times, depending on what's the cost of electricity. So it will really come down to cost of electricity, and green hydrogen only makes sense when you have surplus green electricity. First, the grid has to be full, and I grew up in India, and still to date in my hometown, we don't have 24/7 electricity. So I think some of that has to be taken into account. So I wouldn't get hung up on the colors of hydrogen, but hydrogen is clearly a part of the solution going forward. And last point on biofuels, I'll highlight ethanol, then sustainable aviation fuel as well, but the cost has to come down. And the opportunity that India has is feedstock, because India has agriculture as a base, and some of the agricultural waste can be repurposed into making biofuels. So that's really the opportunity set from a technology. But again, costs have to come down.
Great point. Ernie, from the financing and infrastructure side, you've helped develop mining and infrastructure projects. As India looks to expand its resource base and supporting infrastructure, where do you see commercial opportunities for U.S. companies to engage on the development and financing side?
Well, India is certainly a challenging place to finance energy projects, but with that obviously comes opportunity. On the energy side, and especially in coal, we're seeing India move to, as I said, coal gasification. It's going to require significant sums of cash to develop those projects. India produces, as I said, 1 billion tons of coal, but little or no underground mine coal. U.S. has expertise in underground mining, which would present great opportunities for U.S. companies to develop that in India. And then I believe, Prasanna talked about renewables. For renewables to be successful, you need batteries. You need something to store that when the sun's not shining. And I think that technology is it's advancing very rapidly in the U.S., and it's the next holy grail to bring renewables into a more prominent position in the energy sector. So I think at least those 3 or 4 areas are great opportunities for U.S. companies to find a way to invest in the India energy sector. It will come with its challenges, but again, with that will come the opportunities.
Maybe in the last few minutes, it would be great to hear both of your thoughts just in terms of what we do over the next 3 to 5 years to unlock the U.S.-India energy opportunity. So maybe Prasanna, first to you.
Yeah, I will offer a few thoughts. The first point is about investments. To take it from where it is today versus to achieve the vision in 2047, significant investment has to go in infrastructure. And that becomes an opportunity space for all in this room. Doesn't matter what sector you are. India is growing at least a factor of 5 on an average versus, as I mentioned, a factor of 10 to 20 in certain sectors. And that brings an opportunity for investment. So that's the first point I would make. Second is collaboration and partnerships. And I think John really said it well. This cannot be done by a single entity. You have to collaborate across the entire value chain. And that's really one of the key pieces is ExxonMobil only supplies parts of the solution for the energy equation. Whereas to make it all the way to the consumer, it requires the entire value chain and work in concert. And the last thing I will leave a thought about is what is going on for India is actually its population. India's growth is going to come from internal, from within. And that's where, like if you contrast India with China, China's growth mainly came via infrastructure from within, but really fueled by exports outside China. Whereas India, actually the growth potential is coming from within, and that's what we can tap into is the consumer base in India. The market is different, having dealt with it in multiple businesses, but it is a huge and large market, and that's the third point I would make.
Thank you. Ernie?
Yeah, Ingrid, I think the issue really is India is a very price-sensitive market because of the huge population base and the need to raise the standard of living of those people. And the energy sector, the investments are so significant, 3 to 5 years is not enough time to make, you can start the change, but you need to look over a longer time horizon and have a longer strategy on where you want to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And with that, you can make those investments and you can do them at a cost that people can afford, because it doesn't help to put an expensive form of energy in India if the population can't avail themselves of it due to cost. So I think the point is we need a long-term horizon to make those energy investments, and we need to focus on keeping the cost at a level that the Indian economy can absorb.
Thank you. This was a very brief time to cover a big subject. Energy obviously is critically important to the U.S.-India relationship. I want to thank our panelists for your insightful points today, and I want to thank all of you for joining this session, and we look forward to now hearing from Secretary Helberg. So thank you.
So while we reset the chairs, let me say thank you to Mr. Thrasher, Dr. Joshi, and Ms. Hennick. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Christopher Kuzmuk, who's the Vice President at Bristol-Myers Squibb, to introduce our next speakers. I'm going to filibuster for just a couple seconds. Like any good U.S. government official, they are either stuck in traffic or behind meeting to meeting as their days are packed. So we were just giving Jacob like a couple minutes here to make it from sidewalk to ballroom. I wish I had something more exciting to tell you. I guess I'll start. I'll just thank USISPF again for putting together this incredible day. We had a great lunch with Ambassador Greer earlier, already into an afternoon of dynamic conversations, and looking forward to some of the conversations to come in the next hour or two. And I hope everybody's sticking around for dinner. If this is your first event at this beautiful hotel, it is spectacular. No, keep going. One more minute. All right, what else do I got? All right, we're slowly getting there. So, Chris Kuzmuk with Bristol-Myers Squibb. I lead our international policy and government affairs here in Washington, D.C. And again, want to thank USISPF for putting together such a great day and inviting me up to the stage for a few quick minutes. At BMS, we're focused on discovering, developing, and delivering the world's innovative medicines to the patients around the globe that need them. And to do that, we work hand in hand with policymakers to strengthen health systems and drive business development across the globe. We're proud that India is an important market for us. We are proud of the role that we play and find these events to only further that objective. India is critical for us. It's an important partner in our growing commercial presence, to our R&D, our drug discovery, and our AI innovation footprint. We're committed to supporting the country's ambitions to expand cutting-edge healthcare and strengthen its role as a global innovation hub. We're very proud of a GCC that we built in Hyderabad just 2 years ago and has grown significantly. So why am I up here right now? We increasingly see both healthcare, we see both in healthcare and across sectors that innovation does not happen in a vacuum. It is shaped by policy choices, policy decisions, trusted partnerships, and the broader geopolitical government. That's especially true when talking about the US-India relationship. Collaboration is critical, whether we're talking about digital health, AI, supply chains, and it's becoming increasingly important as we move forward. So that's exactly the intersection of technology, policy, and global competition that brings us here to our next speaker.
Today, I'm honored to introduce Jacob Hellberg, Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment at the U.S. Department of State. In his role, Jacob is helping shape U.S. economic and technology policy globally, including efforts to build a more secure and resilient supply chain and deepen partnerships with allies and partners across the globe, including India. He's been a leading voice at the intersection of technology, economic security, and geopolitics, with a particular focus on how countries like India can work with the United States to help strengthen technology ecosystems. Prior to his role, he was a senior advisor at Palantir Technologies. He's been deeply engaged in efforts to bridge the gap between government and the technology sector. And he's also the author of The Wires of War, which examines how digital infrastructure and technology are increasingly central to global power and competition. Joining him for the conversation, just off a flight from Africa, is Tucker Foote, Chief Government Affairs Officer and Policy at MasterCard. Tucker will help guide the conversation, which I'm very much looking forward to. So please join me in welcoming Tucker to the stage and Jacob.
How are you? All right. Thank you for that introduction, Chris. When we were backstage, Chris was looking at his notes and he had this long list for the introduction for the undersecretary, and he said, "I don't have anything for you." And I said, "Don't worry, I'm used to that." So that was more than I was expecting. I appreciate it. It's great to be here with everyone. I'm Tucker Foote. I lead the Government Affairs and Policy team at MasterCard. We are so proud to be a member of USISPF. We're so proud of our efforts in India. India is our second largest workforce outside of the US. Pune is the home to our largest tech hub around the world. And we love the partnership with them and with the USISPF. So congratulations on this rich program that this group has put together. One of the common questions that comes up over and over when we talk about US-India relations is how we can build technology together in a protected and secure way. So I'm honored to be on stage with the gentleman, Undersecretary Hellberg, who has advanced that conversation tremendously and has done great things at the State Department. So looking forward to getting into that in our short time here. So Undersecretary, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course. I want to start with Pax Silica. We are 6 months in, and what started as a small number of founding companies has grown to, at last check, 24. So my question is, as this continues to grow, and we're keeping a keen eye on it and fully supportive, how do you keep so many different interests aligned and moving forward?
So it's great to be here, and for us, India is an incredibly important partner. It was an early signatory to the Pax Silica Declaration. I had the privilege of traveling to India back in February for the India's AI Impact Summit, where we not only marked India's accession to Pax Silica, but also published a joint statement on AI opportunity with India, which actually ended up shaping the statement that we co-signed with 35 countries last week at our second Pax Silica Summit. The way that I think of Pax Silica is a coalition of capabilities, which means that each country brings to bear their unique attributes and capabilities to the table in different ways. I think we are all unified behind the goal of we want to seize the opportunities of the future because we see technology and AI as being a significant tailwind to the global economy, a significant vector of economic growth for our people. And we all recognize that the current status quo of the supply chain can't continue. The supply chains are, as they stand today, are too overly concentrated geographically and thematically in some places. And they need to be diversified. They're prone to too many single points of failures. And so on those high-level goals, everyone agrees, and people also recognize that different countries just have different attributes that allow them to make contributions that are unique to their economies. With India, India is especially interesting because it's not only a country with whom we have a deep values alignment, but India obviously is the only country on earth that fundamentally rivals China with respect to the depth of its engineering workforce and talent pool. It's also a country that has a very deep mineral refining industry by ex-China standards. And it has a true nascent technology ecosystem and is making some pretty incredible contributions at the application layer, which we think is absolutely essential for technology diffusion. If I could just end on one point, I think one of the crucial, key points of the joint statement that we signed with India and with other countries is entirely based on the premise and the belief that our tech industry is a pie that grows. And the reason that that is so important is that it is not, we don't view it as a zero-sum game. Therefore, we are not threatened by the success of other companies in that space because we think the supply chain is a succession of different layers, but that there is no hard ceiling to innovation. There's no limits to new layers that can get built on top of others. If you look back 20 years ago when Microsoft Windows was one of the world's greatest innovation in the tech industry, and just look at how far we've come since then and how many different new layers in terms of not just software, but not just software, desktop applications, but smartphones, mobile apps, now large language models. A lot of people are saying that large language models will effectively be an operating system that will live beneath a whole new AI application layer and agentic AI applications that have yet to be built. And so that is fundamentally important because we view the success of our companies as actually being fundamentally aligned with the success of other players in this space. And the reason that India is such an important partner in this endeavor is because it has so many engineers, because of the size, the needs of its population are so substantial by virtue of its demographic size as well as its rapid economic growth. It is home to a market with huge opportunities for new applications and new services to be built. And so we want to promote alongside India what we have called a developer ecosystem that we want to be a shared developer ecosystem. And so we know that is fundamentally the bedrock of a lot of our collaborations with them.
Thank you for that. You wrote an interesting Substack relatively recently, State Department Substack, that talked about the digital sovereignty trap. And I thought it was fascinating. And MasterCard, we're in 200 countries and markets around the world. And in all of my conversations with policymakers around the world, sovereignty is a key topic. And it can be South Africa, Brazil, India, Indonesia. Wherever you go, it has a different flavor in different places, but at the fundamental root of it is a pull between local control versus access to the world. In your digital sovereignty trap piece, you talked about the dangers of building your own stack and actually getting less secure and falling behind. How would you talk about that tussle around the world you're seeing, and how do you talk with global leaders on finding that right balance?
Yeah, so there is a big debate going on in the world around this concept of digital sovereignty, and some people call it AI sovereignty, same difference. There's no universal definition for what digital sovereignty actually means or what AI sovereignty means. I think generally speaking, the word sovereignty is incredibly appealing and feels very empowering for people. And no administration on earth likes the word sovereignty as much as the Trump administration. The danger is that that concept is being weaponized by a number of different political voices overseas to be interpreted in a way that it really means we're going to rebuild in-house the entire stack top to bottom in order to be sovereign, that you are not a sovereign country if you don't totally control your full stack top to bottom. We think that is incredibly backward and really, really dangerous economically for them, because what that means is they're going to sink billions of dollars in resources to reinvent something that already exists, they will likely get massively suboptimal results. And all of that engineering power, all of those dollars are resources that could be going towards building the next innovation, not towards getting a subpar version of last year's innovations. And fundamentally, this strikes as what does it mean to be sovereign? And in my view, sovereignty comes from being a net contributor to the world's innovation ecosystem. It's about innovation sovereignty, not just, do you control last year's stack entirely in-house? And that is really the premise of why we created Pax Silica. In the US, we missed the boat on 5G years ago. And our response was not, gee, let's recreate entirely an American 5G company. We used Ericsson, and our companies focused on other verticals like satellite and other different types of technologies because Ericsson works great. We use Ericsson and Nokia in different places. And that's the beauty of having an ecosystems-based approach. Our companies use SK Hynix memory chips. We're fine using SK Hynix memory chips. We use lots of different suppliers from lots of different places. And so we think having an ecosystems-based approach where there's a cross-pollination of expertise actually leads to the multiplication of success rather than the addition, and will ultimately leave all of us better off.
Hearing you speak, it's so clear that you recently came from the private sector. So maybe I could touch a little bit on some of your thinking. You started Hill and Valley to bring together innovators and policymakers. Now, having sat on both sides of that, what do you find about DC that policymakers might not know, and what do we get wrong about innovation and innovators?
Gee, let me think about that. So the side of DC that policymakers may not know. I think generally speaking, there is a fundamental cultural difference that is a tendency between Washington, between the political world in general and the technology world. Although I would argue the Trump administration tends to be a bit of an exception to this. But generally speaking, in political circles, people easily fall back into tendencies that feel very anchored in zero-sum thinking, because they feel, political power is a finite thing. It's unevenly distributed. There's a lot of zero-sum dynamics in politics. In the tech industry, that definitely does not apply. It is very, very much positive sum because people create successful companies. Lots of different people have equity stakes in those companies and can actually succeed off of the backs of someone else's success. There are spin-outs from good companies that create new good companies. And so generally speaking, people have a very positive sum view on success. And so I think that's a cultural distinction that does tend to permeate, pretty often. But, I think one of the reasons why the Trump administration has actually been, an exception to this rule is that President Trump brought so many people from the private sector that I think a lot of people brought that kind of ethos from the private sector with them that I think it's really been countercultural in a lot of ways.
Right. Well, I'm sure you'll agree that the private sector is going to play a critical role in moving Pax Silica forward, right? Frameworks are written by governments and then implemented and driven at scale by the private sector. And in this room, you have private sector leaders from India and the US. So could you give us some advice on how we can make sure we're plugged in and playing a role?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I appreciate you raising this point because a few months ago, this has really been at the center of everything that we've been doing at the State Department. And a few months ago, I gave remarks at Hudson where I talked about the approach that in the Economic Undersecretariat at the Department of State, we have adopted what I have referred to as having a product-centric approach to foreign policy. And what I mean by that is, I think in the past, a lot of efforts related to foreign policy have been very, very focused on process. let's create a working group, some sort of process-related thing that is going to lead to more process. But fundamentally, it's hard to pin down sometimes what the tangible outcome is. And so we've had a slightly different approach. We want to focus on a product. So we have, we rolled out Pax Pass at the Pax Silica Summit last week, which is an AI platform that we are working to deliver to Panama to increase efficiency through the Panama Canal. The reason that we think of it as a product is because we want it to be replicable and scalable across many different ports in order to create a logistics platform that enhances efficiency, freight efficiency between different major ports. Another product that we rolled out is the Economic Security Zone in the Philippines, which is a framework that we're working on with our colleagues from the Filipino government that is fundamentally designed to bring certainty and predictability in what we call an economic security zone in the Philippines to accelerate investment. The product is a replicable framework to provide certainty and predictability for investors at scale. If we get it right in the Philippines, our hope is to replicate it in other places where it makes sense to have industrial build-outs that help us secure key inputs that we need for our supply chains. Another product is a partnership that we did with Stanford that we also announced last week to create a curriculum on advanced manufacturing, because our system does not treat manufacturing as a standalone discipline. You can major in computer engineering, you can major in mechanical engineering, but very few institutions teach manufacturing as a standalone science. And fundamentally, if manufacturing is to reshore to this country, it will look totally different than the way that it looked when it left this country 30 plus years ago. And so there is, we believe that there is a very strong case to be made to actually treat this as a standalone science. So we partnered with Stanford, which is in the heart of Silicon Valley, to develop a curriculum that we also hope to replicate in many other institutions, not just around the country, but across select partners in the Pax Silica ecosystem. So we've worked really hard to not just use Pax Silica as a platform to litigate, frankly, the war of ideas. We believe in a pro-innovation, pro-growth policy agenda. We believe in mobilizing the private sector and driving free enterprise. But we've also used it as a platform to roll out specific products that can actually be rolled out, be commercially viable, and be replicated and scaled across our ecosystem of partners. So it's a slightly different approach, but the private sector plays an integral role at every step of that we take.
Fascinating. We look at India as such a terrific source of talent. I mentioned earlier that our largest global tech hub is in Pune. We find that partnership tremendous. You touched on this a little bit on AI. I want to just talk on what are the commonalities and where are areas of partnership specifically on AI that the US and India can partner on?
There's no question. Well, obviously, I would divide that a little bit into two things. There's the physical supply chain stack, and then there's the software layer. At the physical layer, we can partner on a lot of different things. And shortly after, when I went to India, I was there the week before Micron announced a major investment in a memory fab capacity in India. I know India has made mineral refining a major priority, which we think really helps contribute to a number of our overall supply chain security objectives. So I think broadly speaking, we want to increase production capacity outside of China in order to de-risk our overall overconcentration with China. So that's number one. Number two, at the software layer, we think India can be a transformative partner to develop a very, very dynamic AI developer ecosystem. Obviously, the most powerful platforms are platforms that have the most users, the most vibrant marketplaces, and we think exposures to different use cases, different kinds of markets actually help inform our entrepreneurs and make them more competitive. So we think it will actually benefit everyone by encouraging entrepreneurship in India and allowing the use of American platforms as developer tools to develop new Indian companies and startups for the Indian market. So I think there's a whole breadth of collaboration that we can engage with.
That's great. Undersecretary Helberg, you've been candid and honest in all these answers, and we're so appreciative, and it's been very informative. I'm going to get you out of here on one last question. We're celebrating the 250th year here in the U.S. this year. And so let's just fast forward just 5 years. If Pax Silica is a success, what does that look like to all of us in the room?
The goals are very tactical and simple. We want a future where we have supply chain reliability and predictability for our companies. We don't want any of our companies to have to ask anyone for permission in order to get access to the inputs they need to make things in America or in India. We want all of our companies to have that level of economic security, number one. And number two, we want a future with abundance, where you can actually scale production quickly and easily in order to have abundant memory chips, abundant logic chips, abundant minerals, abundant all of the inputs that we need that are currently massively supply constrained, and that some companies in China are trying to take advantage of those supply constraints to fill the void in global demand with their products. So we think we will compete by through a strategy of abundance and supply chain reliability, and we certainly are working very hard to get there.
Well, Undersecretary Helberg, thank you for the time. Look to USISPF and all of us in this room as a partner. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Undersecretary Helberg and Tucker and Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask if you would please just remain seated for a few minutes while we wait for Ambassador Gore to arrive, and then we'll start our next section. Thank you.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you please to take your seats. We'll begin our session with Ambassador Gore shortly. Please take your seats.
Relations between the world's two robust democracies have often been codified as a partnership between two kindred spirits, the world's oldest and the world's largest democracy. There was a time when the United States and India viewed the world through different strategic lenses. Today, that story has changed. What has emerged is one of the defining strategic partnerships of the 21st century. This relationship is built not just on shared democratic values, but on shared interests, shared innovation, and shared ambition. From defense and national security to critical and emerging technologies, Washington and New Delhi are shaping solutions to some of the world's biggest challenges. The transformation has been remarkable. Defense trade has grown from virtually zero at the turn of the century to nearly $20 billion. In 2025, the United States and India signed the 10-year US-India Major Defense Partnership Framework. Economic ties have expanded just as rapidly. Bilateral trade has reached a record $240 billion, making the United States and India among each other's most important economic partners. Beyond governments, it is the people who remain the foundation of this partnership. More than 5 million Indian Americans have built enduring bridges across business, academia, science, medicine, entrepreneurship, public service, and the arts, making this relationship deeper than diplomacy alone. Today, the United States and India work together across the Indo-Pacific and beyond, advancing a shared vision. This partnership continues to evolve because it is built on trust, strengthened by shared democratic values, and driven by a common purpose. The story of US-India relations is no longer just about two countries working together. It is about two democracies shaping the future together. And the next chapter is only just beginning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll get started in just a moment. Ambassador Gore is on his way down. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Al Mason, Honorary Senior Advisor to USISPF.
Friends, we have with us today one of the best persons in the room, a man who has dedicated everything for the cause of India-US relationship. And I'm going to talk to him and to you guys personally to define him as to what he is, who he is. So I want you all to listen to this very carefully. I've had the privilege of knowing Ambassador Sergio Gore for more than 10 years. What you see in public is exactly who he is in private. Warm, sincere, loyal, humble, always smiling, always investing in people. When it comes to statecraft, Ambassador Sergio Gore is a master class of friendship diplomacy. Just as President Trump is known for the art of the deal, Sergio Gore is known for the art of friendship. Friendship is his DNA. Relationship are his operating system. To understand his impact, let's flash back just 1 year. The historic Trump-Modi relationship, once the envy of the world, had entered a very challenging phase. Trade, domestic priorities, bureaucratic challenges, media noise. The warmth of Howdy Modi and Namaste Trump had begun to fade. Across Washington, New Delhi, and the world, the census was clear. The extraordinary friendship between President Trump and Prime Minister was losing momentum. So what does President Trump do? The greatest showman. He does what Hollywood always does. Whenever the storyline becomes complicated, you introduce a new character to reconnect the story. President Trump did exactly the same. He introduced his ever-smiling, sincere, exceptionally talented friend Sergio Gore into the storyline to reconnect two old friends, President Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and help reconstruct the US-India relationship. Ambassador Gore set out on this Herculean mission, understanding that relationships, like great films, are built frame by frame. Yes, frame by frame. To the people of diverse India, India's ministers, the bureaucracies, business titans, the media, and ultimately to Prime Minister Modi himself, he conveyed three basic truths. One, President Trump respects India's rise. Two, President Trump admires Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Three, President Trump wants a stronger India-US relationship. At the same time, Ambassador Gore helped President Trump understand Modi's new India, speaking in Trump's language of scale, ambition, growth, limitless potential, and the aspiration of 1.5 billion people. To India, he sold Trump. To Trump, he explained India. Such was Gore's brilliant statecraft. And then came the climax. G7 in France. The world saw the handshake, the warmth, smiles, chemistry between Trump and Modi. But behind that moment was 6 months of relentless relationship building by Sergio Gore. What happened next? Well, the next chapter is already being co-scripted by Sergio Gore. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to visit India this year. President Trump may visit India next year. These are powerful signs that the US-India relationship has regained historic momentum. Let's face it, with due respect to everyone, no American diplomat has had a greater personal impact on strengthening the India-US relationship in such a short period of time than Ambassador Gore. And this is only tip of the iceberg, just a teaser before Sergio Gore's next blockbuster moves. Ladies and gentlemen, friendship matters, trust matters, and Sergio Gore, who restored both, matters. So it is befitting for all of us to rise with me and give His Excellency Ambassador Sergio Gore, the master of friendship diplomacy, a standing ovation he truly deserves. And I must also thank John Chambers, Mukesh Aghi, Gaurav, and his team for putting up such a great show, Thank you.
During his first 6 months at Roosevelt House, more than 100 days of momentum, 2 countries, 1 strategic partnership. Under the leadership of President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the United States and India have accelerated one of the world's most consequential strategic partnerships. And one of the key architects of that vision and mission is none other than Ambassador Sergio Gore, Ambassador of the United States to the Republic of India and Special Envoy for South and Central Asian Affairs. He's a major force in U.S. foreign policy. As President Trump stated during his time as Director of Presidential Personnel, he has been vital in shaping affairs and assigning key executives and officials that could help the President deliver on his vision for the country in his second term. And since arriving in New Delhi, Ambassador Gore has brought that same energy, focus, and determination to strengthening the U.S.-India relationship. Ambassador Gore has traveled through India's landscape, interacting with young entrepreneurs, creators, dreamers, and doers. He discovered that India's rise is not theoretical. It is demographic. It is emotional. It is unstoppable. It is the reason India is becoming indispensable in a shifting global order. Within his very first month in office, he helped secure the crucial initial steps toward a historic trade framework, fast-tracking the U.S.-India trade deal to the 99% their milestone. From driving India's entry into packed silica to establishing vital new collaborations in critical minerals, Ambassador Gore has aggressively championed the Bilateral Trust Initiative, driving deep tech partnership frameworks in AI, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, and next-gen technology ecosystems. Under Ambassador Gore, the U.S.-India Major Defense Partnership has significantly deepened the defense relationship, with the 10-year defense framework focusing on co-production, technology transfers, and industrial cooperation. Because for Ambassador Gore, the U.S.-India relationship isn't just a partnership, it's a shared vision coming to fruition in real time. From organizing Secretary Rubio's first visit to India as Secretary of State, to reaffirming the importance of the Indo-Pacific through the Quad Foreign Ministers Summit in New Delhi, both Washington and New Delhi are committed to upholding a rules-based international order in the most dynamic region of the world by actively engaging key stakeholders across both government and business. Ambassador Gore has emphasized our shared strategic interests in maritime security, freedom of navigation, and innovating on new technologies and prosperity for close to 2 billion people in both nations. Ambassador Gore has mobilized incredible enthusiasm for Washington's key strategic partner, reaffirming the bonds of people-to-people ties and reminding us of the power of soft power during this historic upcoming Independence Day, celebrating Freedom 250. Ambassador Gore has helped set the stage for the next phase of the U.S.-India partnership. USISPF looks forward to this continued and powerful collaboration in strengthening the commercial bonds and people-to-people connect. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the U.S. Ambassador to India, Mr. Sergio Gore.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What a video. I want to know who did that video so we could hire him at our embassy. But a phenomenal job. Thank you to everybody for being here. You're in this room because you care about this relationship. You care about this relationship and you want to take it to the next level. But we wouldn't be here without some individuals who came before us and continue to work at this relationship. So I want to acknowledge my predecessor, Ken Juster. Thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge my great counterpart, Vinay Quatra, the Indian ambassador to the US. And I also want to mention a dear friend of mine, Dave Bratt, who's sitting right here. And for those of you that do not know, President Trump recently nominated Dave Bratt to be our ambassador to Australia. And so we look forward to having you there and welcoming you into our Quad meetings. So thank you, Mukesh, John, for organizing this. You guys have been at this for a good time and for a long time. And this relationship is sustained by everybody in this room because you care about it. So thank you for all you do. This is a vitally important organization. I also want to thank my dear friend Al and his wife who are sitting right up here at the front. I've known Al Mason for about over 10 years, I would say. And I remember at one point, Donald Trump Jr. had a book come out, and it was his first book. And Al said, you got to come to New York. We're going to do an event for you where it'll be small. We walked in, and there must have been 1,000 people, and most of them were Indians or Indian Americans. It was one of the most incredible events, and it stuck with both of us. But from those days, Al has been a friend to me. He's been an informal advisor, and he's someone that I continue to stay in very close contact with. So thank you for all you have done and continue to do. Look, I've been in India now 6 months, and we've seen some incredible things happen. As President Trump likes to say, we're results-driven. And so we like to see things happen. We like to achieve things. I did not go to India to sit at receptions. I went over there to be able to increase this partnership that is so vitally important to both of our sides. In my first month there, we had announced an interim trade deal. That trade deal we thought was done until the Supreme Court decided to have another way. And so we continue to pursue that, and we are very close. Just last week, U.S. Ambassador Greer visited us in New Delhi for 2 days. And we are hopefully in the final steps of this deal. Most of this deal is complete. There's a few items that remain from both sides, but it's in the last 1 or 2% of that deal. And people ask me, why is this taking so long? We've been at this trade deal for 1.5 years. To put it into perspective, the European trade deal took 20 years. And so no matter what, as long as we beat the European deal, I think we're in good shape. But I'm determined to bring this to a close because this is a deal that is beneficial to both sides. This is not one side or the other. This is a win-win situation where both sides can do incredible things and do take this relationship to the next level. It's also a deal that, frankly, for a lot of individuals in this room, brings stability. For those of you that trade bilaterally, it's something that's incredibly useful and helpful. India was also invited and joined among the first 10 nations into Pax Silica. I understand you just heard from Jacob Hellberg, who was here a few minutes before I was. It's an incredible partnership. And Pax Silica comes down to one thing, and that is trust. The United States didn't just invite every single country in the world to join Pax Silica. We're inviting individuals that we trust, that we can work with, and that can continue working with us in the future. In the 6 months that I've been in India, I've seen the incredible potential. And that incredible potential is in every sector. There's not a day that goes by that a new item pops up for our two countries to work together. You name the sector, and the United States and India can work together and take it to an incredible height. So whether that's AI, technology, defense, it's unlimited potential, as I like to call it. And I aim to harvest that and to bring the two sides together. And it comes down to that win-win situation. The United States wants to work hand in hand with India. We care about this relationship. We have a president who deeply cares about this relationship. I was just with him before the weekend started here in DC, and I got to spend about 2 hours with the president. And he was captivated by what I have seen in India. He has very fond memories of India. His visit last time, it was one of his most remarkable visits that he continues to talk about. He holds India in a very fond place that it's an incredible thing to have. And so I look forward to, at some point, as Al mentioned, having the president visit us back in India. One thing that I'm proud of is all the embassies compete. So you got your work cut out for you, Dave. But all the embassies compete to bring investment back into the United States. And you have these beautiful embassies in Europe, and they come up on stage and they say, we're proud to announce $500 million. We're proud to announce $700 million. Our embassy in New Delhi, this year, we were very proud to announce that we brought in $20.5 billion in new investments. And thank you. And that put us in first place by far. So it's an incredible, gratifying thing. Again, it comes down to trust. Not a week goes by where an American company comes to see me and they ask me, Ambassador, is it safe to invest in India? Will our IP be protected here? Or will the laws change next month? Is the tax system here safe? Or is someone going to come and shake us down in 6 months? And it's an incredibly gratifying thing to say that the United States trusts India, we work with India, and we look forward to identifying those next opportunities for both of our sides. Since I've gone there, we've also focused on bringing high-level visitors. And that included everyone from the Secretary of the Army to the Secretary of Commerce. And recently, I was very proud to have my dear friend Marco Rubio visit India for 4 days. And not only did he visit India, he went across India and to multiple places. So from Calcutta to Jaipur, Agra, Delhi, he had an incredible time. The president and I were with Prime Minister Modi just last week in France at the G7, and Secretary Rubio was there. And the Prime Minister came over to the Secretary, and his first question was, how did you like Jaipur? And the Secretary was amazed by the history, the colors, the beauty of these incredible places, and promised the Prime Minister that he's actually looking into coming back before the end of the year for another visit to India. So I know I'm excited to have the Secretary back, and the word has gotten out around Washington. I will tell you, I was only in Washington 1 day last week, and I probably had 3 or 4 different cabinet secretaries that have all asked, when can I come visit? And so I anticipate having several more before the end of the year, and we're very pleased with that. I want to make an announcement here today. As the video mentioned, we were very pleased to have the Quad meeting in Delhi, and that's something we aim to build on. And one of the things that we're actually looking to do is, in about 2 weeks, all 4 of our foreign ministers will be in the Philippines. And we're looking forward to having a Quad meeting on the sidelines of the Philippines. And so that is not to take away from any of the other nations. Those will continue. We do aim to have a Quad meeting at some point, a ministerial Quad meeting in Australia. But in the meantime, in 2 weeks, we're hopeful to have this Quad meeting in the Philippines with all of our 4 partners. Results matter. Every single week, I tell my team, what is it that we're going to achieve for the American people? And what is it that we can identify that is a win-win for both of our sides? To everybody here, and I've met most of you and a lot of you in Delhi, but to everybody here, just know, the U.S. Embassy is open to you. The U.S. Embassy is open for business, and you are welcome to show up. And a lot of times people show up without an appointment, and we still figure out how to make it work. I try to meet with any business community individual that does show up, because it's something that matters deeply to me. I come from the private sector, as does the president, and so it's an incredible, gratifying thing to be able to create jobs here at home and identify those win-win situations for us all. As I mentioned, the trade deal, we're close to getting it done. at very active negotiations. I mean, pretty much the last 3 weeks we've had travels back and forth. Minister Goyal was in New York. Then we had the assistant USTR rep in Delhi, followed by Ambassador Greer in Delhi right afterwards. So again, our embassy is open to you. Please come visit us. Please let us know how we can help you. As the video and some other individuals here mentioned earlier, over the past 2 decades, our bilateral trade has increased from 20 billion to 220 billion. That's an incredible jump. And it's also something that we're gonna take to a much higher level. And so what President Trump and Prime Minister Modi announced is a bilateral trade goal of $500 billion over the next few years. That's an astounding number that is unmatched. We're ready to do so much with India. India exports more to the United States than anywhere else by far. When it comes to defense exercises, we have more defense exercises together than any other country that India participates with. So to all those pundits that sit online and tweet and say this relationship is in trouble, when you look at the facts of where this relationship stands, whether it's trade, whether it's defense, whether it's the people-to-people ties, the relationship is on strong footing. And we need everyone here to continue working towards taking that relationship to the next level. I thank you all for being here, and I look forward to taking your questions. Good.
Thank you, Ambassador Gore. And we welcome to the stage Mr. Jeff Shockey, Executive Vice President of the Boeing Corporation.
All right, so let's jump right in. I know you've got some time pressure, Ambassador. You mentioned embassies competing. I know you set the bar high for Congressman Bratt as he gets ready to go down to Australia, but you set the bar incredibly high with your A250 celebration in Delhi with Secretary Rubio. You had the president call in on the line. You somehow found a way to get the village people there. So you did set the bar really high, and I think you're going to be the envy of all your fellow ambassadors around the world for taking that bar to the really next level, celebrating America's semi-quincentennial. So well done there. You've had 6 months under your belt. You have a direct line to President Trump. So with that in mind, let me start with a couple questions. India is one of the fastest growing major economies in the world with a population of roughly 1.5 billion people. How do you think about India's trajectory today, and what does it mean for the U.S.-India reliance through the administration and well beyond the Trump administration?
Well, first I want to thank Jeff and Salil and all of our other sponsors that stepped in and helped make that celebration possible. And so I know some of you are in the room, IBM, Micron, Google. You care about this relationship, and we appreciate it, you stepping in and helping us. You know, when I first called Jeff, I am a competitive person. I first called Jeff, and I said, you got to help us with our sponsorship. And he said, well, we have an amount that we're giving to 5 or 6 select embassies around the world. I said, that's great, but we got to have more than that. I said, I don't care if it's $1 more, but I got to have more than London. I got to have more than the other embassies. And so to his credit, he delivered. So thank you for that. You care about this relationship. We care about Boeing, frankly. As you know, that the president in every meeting, and this has nothing to do, by the way, with their donation, but in every meeting for the last 2 years, and I've been in a lot of them at the White House, when foreign leaders show up and meet with the president, Boeing is usually on the agenda because we care about Boeing. We care about taking you to the next level and making sure that these countries are buying the best and the most efficient planes in the sky. And so I can tell you, we've not spoken in a week, but it again came up with the Prime Minister because we're this close to getting another big deal done with India, and we're looking forward to bringing that across the finish line. Look, to answer your question, it's the limitless potential. The United States wants to work hand in hand with India. India's rise is here. India has arrived. We recognize that. We want to partner with India. I was with a minister in New Delhi a couple of weeks ago, and he said to me, he said, no matter what you hear in the news, 50 years from now, our two countries will still be friends. You're the world's oldest democracy, we're the world's largest democracy. And the second part that he added to that is, we have the same principles when it comes to democracy, which include robust oppositions, by the way. Not every nation has that. India's in a tough part of the world. There are some tough and rough neighbors. And you have individuals that wake up in a bad mood and things change in that part of the world. The United States and India have so much in common that is something that will sustain us for decades to come. With that said, we do see the opportunity that exists between our two nations. And as I mentioned, you pick the sector, AI, technology, aviation, no matter what it is, we have a potential to work together. And that's something I hope to build upon and set the stage for the next few decades. These next 2 years will set the relationship on a path for several decades ahead. And so for everyone here who participates in this, think of this as a long-term project. This is not a 1 year or 2 year, but what we sow now will continue to sustain us decades ahead.
Awesome, awesome. Hey, so let's shift gears a little bit, Ambassador Gore. You know the president very well. You obviously know how to get things done within this administration. How does it help you move the U.S. relationship forward, especially when it comes to cutting through bureaucracy, red tape, bureaucratic friction in the U.S. to make progress over the last 6 months, the next 6 months, and then the balance of your term?
I think the circumstances that place me in this position, in this chair, are very unique. And in my first year at the White House, when I was Director of Presidential Personnel, when a new president comes into office, there's 4,000 positions open. And it was that role that the president entrusted me with to fill those positions. And so today, when an issue does come up, I don't have to call 20 levels down. And there's no long process, because almost every secretary that we have in our cabinet is a friend of mine. I talk to Secretary Rubio sometimes 3 times a day. And you name the secretary, whether it's Scott Bessent or Jameson Greer or any of those, I consider them friends, and they are friends. Some of them I've known for years before. So it's extremely efficient to be able to take that, to pick up the phone, and somebody on the other end answers. I'll give you an example. We had a group of American pharmaceuticals companies and Indian pharmaceutical companies, and they had some issues, and they just had things that were getting stuck, and have been stuck that way for several years. And as they're in my office, I was able to call Secretary Kennedy, and within a week, he arranged a video call where he involved 4 or 5 other people, including the heads of CDC, FDA, all these other entities that are involved in this. And so we do cut through red tape. And in a way, it's very similar to the way the president works. And also, by the way, the prime minister. I've seen the prime minister in action. Both of them are results-oriented. So if it takes somebody picking up a phone and calling directly, that's something that we'll do, and that oftentimes achieves a much faster result.
Awesome. Hey, in addition to knowing the president well, you also know how the inner workings of the White House churn. You've already served as special envoy across 11 countries, 3 of which, I might add, have become larger Boeing customers since you took the role. Thank you. Now you're focused on one of the most important relationships in the world, U.S.-India. Tell us what you're most focused on delivering next. You mentioned the trade agreement, but what comes after that?
So to your point, as special envoy, we've done some incredible things. I want to mention specifically Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. I've visited all those countries, but in the last 9 months, both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have signed with the United States real deals, real tangible results, with each country signing over $20 billion in trade from the United States. It's Boeing, it's locomotives, it's Wabtec, it's Franklin Templeton. There's some incredible wins because this president, again, this is not me. This is this president paying attention to a region. In the White House's entire history, it was President Trump that organized a C5+1 summit and invited these 5 heads of state. And it's something we're going to continue doing. And it's President Trump, for example. We have the G20 coming up this December. President Trump invited the heads of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan to the G20. That has never happened before. Within 24 hours of those invites going out, we had 60 other countries around the world calling the White House asking for an invite. And so the fact that the president is paying attention to this is delivering real results. What I see next, look, the trade deal is a massive thing. It's something we have to get across the finish line. And we honestly had the deal. The deal was done. Things have to change, and the reason things have to change is because the offset previously was based on IEPA. Now the offset is going to be based on something else. And so the trade deal is in place. Most of the items that we had agreed upon are there. Both sides continue to honor that. And it's just, but that one last percent, I'm telling you, we're going to have a big party that Mukesh is going to throw when this trade deal is in place. And I hope all of you will be here as we celebrate that.
Awesome, awesome. Hey, you also mentioned the importance of the Quad relationship. As you think about areas like space and cyber and AI, which are moving really quickly, where do you see the biggest opportunities for US, India, and other Quad members to work together in a way to strengthen our shared security objectives?
Look, I mean, the Quad is extremely important. And I just want to mention something, because a lot of individuals made hay over a name change. I don't care what name is on a letterhead, but look at what actually the United States is doing. And so, yes, the name changed. We're still there. India still has more exercises with the United States than any other country by far. Every single month, there's something happening, whether it's Indian troops coming here, whether it's US troops going into the region. Just this morning, I got another dip note on the next delegation from the Indian Navy. They'll be traveling here over the next, I believe, in the next 2 weeks. In terms of what we're doing with the Quad, we are very much focused on the maritime security. One of the deliverables that was announced in New Delhi was that the 4 countries will focus on building ports in the region. And that includes Fiji specifically. And so we want to make sure that we're present in the Pacific, we're growing, we're enhancing our security, and we're working with trusted partners. And India is on that list, very high on that list, I might say. And it's one of those things we'll keep building upon. It's one of the reasons the Secretary wants to have this meeting in the Philippines in 2 weeks, followed by a meeting in Australia, and followed ultimately by a leaders meeting, which we're trying to nail down, that would include President Trump coming to India.
Great, great. Hey, let's shift gears just a little bit again. I've seen firsthand how you've supported the Boeing company, not just on the commercial side, but also on the defense side. Can you talk a little bit about your kind of results-oriented goal as you support not just companies like Boeing, but some of the others in the room, RTX, ExxonMobil, FedEx, and the important role they play in the US-India relationship?
Absolutely. I mean, some of the biggest companies in the world, right, are sitting right here. Raj from FedEx, Boeing, of course. There's incredible companies in this room and beyond, and they all touch India. And for us, we are results-driven. It's one of the things I try to push across to my team every single week. Look, I'm not in Delhi for a long time. As you know, we're halfway through our administration. But I'm going to make my time there count. And it's one of those things we're going to do our best. We're going to deliver for the United States, but we're also going to identify those win-win situations. I have seen firsthand during the energy crisis, I'll give you an example. We had a company that came in without an appointment, and they said, we're trying to sell more energy to India from the United States. I said, how long are you in India for? They said, 48 hours. I said, okay. I said, that doesn't make it easy. I picked up the phone and called a handful of individuals. The next day, they had a meeting in New Delhi. Within 30 days, they had signed contracts for new energy exports to India. And that's an incredible, thank you. The reason I share that story is because if you don't knock, if you don't ask, nothing happens. And so I want to make sure everybody in this room also understands this. If we can help you in any way to get something across the finish line, sometimes things get caught in bureaucracy, as you know, on both sides.
Yep.
If we can somehow jump that and bring it to the right person's attention, please call on us. You will find an open embassy and a very receptive embassy to you. That's something that I've been trying to get across, and I think we've been very successful at that. We're increasing both our economics team at the embassy, our foreign commercial services at the embassy. So we'll continue building on that, and please call upon us if we can help.
Well, I'd say on behalf of everyone in the audience, just a big thank you for the support we get out of the administration all the way up to the president himself, members of the cabinet, folks out on the front lines, the Ambassador Corps like yourself. It's been a phenomenal.
And I'll share this with you. There's no deal that is too small. I've literally called the president sometimes in the evenings on something that is, I'm embarrassed to even say the amount. But if it creates a job here in the United States and we're able to sell this across, the president will pick up the phone and call on that company's behalf. And that's something that's extremely proactive that we've never seen on either side of any political party. The president will pick up the phone and call on companies' behalf. And so that's an ask I'm willing to make of him. He enjoys doing it, frankly, because he comes from the business community. And so, as you know, I think I've shared this story with you. A couple of months ago, I was with the president at UFC in Miami. And we're sitting backstage. And he said to me, let's call the prime minister. And I said, sir, it's 6 a.m. in the morning there. He said, he'll be up. He's like me. He doesn't sleep. And so by the time we were able to get a hold of the prime minister, I think I reached out to Vinay and some others in Delhi. The president was already on stage. He got announced, so we scheduled the call for the next day. But the message there, the louder message of that story is when you're friends with somebody, not everything has to be scheduled. And the president truly considers the prime minister a friend. And when you're friends with somebody, you pick up the phone, you say, how are you doing? Not everything has to be scheduled 6 weeks in advance at 2 p.m., in the afternoon. And that is how he sees India. By the way, that's not what every leader in the world. I've seen leaders that we do schedule things because he does not consider them at the same level that he considers the prime minister. But his years with the prime minister go back to his first term, to his warm memories of India. And so that's an incredible benefit, frankly, to our embassy there.
Well, I would say in addition to calling heads of state at interesting times, he also calls some CEOs at interesting times.
He called both Boeing. He called the CEO of Boeing that same night, if you recall.
I do.
From the backstage of UFC.
Yeah. Hey, we're running short on time, but I want to just first of all thank you. But also, what are you doing? What are you doing for the America's 250th this week?
So I'll be traveling some with the president. He's going to be visiting some places earlier in the week, and then on the 4th, we have an incredible celebration here on the mall. So I hope everybody here is here for the week and is able to see that. There's going to be an absolutely spectacular flyover of things that you might have never seen before. So I highly encourage that. Also, the president will be giving a speech. There'll be several performances right here in the National Mall. So come one, come all, and bring all your friends.
All right. Awesome. Have a great week. Thank you for being here. And thanks for what you're doing for all of us in India.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Well done. Great job. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Coming back.
When do you want me back?
Thank you, Ambassador Gore, for joining us, and thank you, Mr. Shockey and Mr. Mason as well. And now, please welcome to the stage Ms. Abanti Sankara Narayanan, Executive Vice President of Mahindra Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute privilege to welcome two individuals who are shaping the very fabric of the India-US relationship from the front lines of government and industry. Ambassador Vinay Quatra is India's ambassador to the United States, a role that he has held since August 2024. Into this role, Ambassador Quatra brings over 35 years of international diplomacy, strategic acumen, and dexterity at a defining moment in time. Guiding the conversation with Ambassador Quatra is USIPF board member Sanat Chattopadhyay, who is wrapping up his tenure as Executive Vice President and President of the Merck Manufacturing Division. Sanat began his career in India and has since then built one of the most distinguished careers in global biopharmaceutical manufacturing. In that respect, he's a product both of the US-India story and also one of its most compelling advocates. Together, the two gentlemen will explore what this partnership means. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Vinay Quatra and Sanat to the stage.
Hello, good afternoon. Looks like you want it to be closer to the dinner, but you have to wait for 25 minutes. So, firstly, as you all know, Ambassador Quatra, since the time he had assumed the role in August of 24, he has been able to successfully navigate and advance the India-US strategic and economic partnership through periods of, I would say, shifting geopolitical dynamics, the high-level tariff negotiations, and as we heard from Ambassador Kaur, also the expanding technological cooperation. And it requires a tremendous amount of experience, credibility, and trust to be able to do that, be it the trade negotiations or the advanced technology and defense integration, the energy security advocacy, the consular and visa progress. But also importantly, that in the business community, Ambassador Quatra serves as a co-chair for the India-US CEO Forum with US Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. So all of these things have helped us to create a different kind of optimism about the relationship that we are trying to build between India and US because of the efforts of Ambassador Quatra. So my question, Ambassador, is that India recently hosted the BRICS summit, and then the Prime Minister just came off the extraordinary stretch of diplomacy, the G7 in France as a special invitee, the Vivatech in Paris, the first ever visit by an Indian PM to the Slovakia. And in each of these, he has successfully framed India as a trusted partner to the world, and everybody believes him. And now the US is going to the G20 presidency heading into Miami. So as the ambassador of India to the US, how do you see India's role in shaping the global order today? And where does India see itself as the indispensable bridge for the future?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, to USISPF, John, Mukesh, Gaurav, other colleagues, Ambassador Jester, Sergio was just left. Right here. Sure. Thank you so much, Sergio, first of all, for sharing those warm sentiments about India, about my Prime Minister, and about the relationship. Truly appreciate that. As they say, we are in it together.
So we continue to work on it. But thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to this distinguished gathering. Allow me to frame it slightly in a context which takes me back to India. You know, the first principles for us, I would say, in many ways, they are foundational to us. The first principles that shape our approach is the priority of economic growth, prosperity, and national security of people of India. That's foundation and the first principles for us. Naturally, keeping that in mind, we obviously closely monitor, observe, respond to whatever is happening around the world, globally, both in terms of the emerging opportunity landscape, but also the areas that throw challenges at us. Geopolitical, economic disruptions are very much part of that. Converging these two allows us to shape our global partnerships around the world. These are the three features which triangulate between them and do that. Now, what that has meant domestically for us in India under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi since 2014 has been a series of economically transformative measures on the ground, which have resulted in a consistently high growth of 7+%, which is uniquely driven by domestic demand. It has externalities, but not really that strong. Prime Minister has propounded, driven, and put on ground the initiative of Atmanirbharta, a mixture of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, but an ecosystem which has positive externalities, which is not insular in nature in terms of what it tries to do. Tremendous focus on building, manufacturing across different areas of economic domains, in particular advanced technologies, and pursuing at the same time multiple securities, I would say. Food security, energy security, health security. You could embed these three and many other securities in the larger frame of economic security that we try to push. Now, a combination of these various principal pillars, I would say. One, our focus on our economic growth and national prosperity. Two, the kind of global disruptions we are witnessing all around us, which throw, as I said, opportunities and challenges both at us. And three, a set of hugely transformative measures in India which have resulted, catapulted India into now roughly 4.3 trillion economy, heading into 7 trillion by the end of this decade, hoping to transition to 14 trillion by middle of 2030s, and eventually reaching 25 to 30 trillion goal by 2047. A set of these three allows India actually to be a huge enabler internationally, underwritten, of course, by the strength of our democracy and the values that it brings forth with it. Makes it a huge enabler of us building, I would say, strong, trusted, and reliable global partnerships in a manner that is unparalleled. I would frame your phraseology slightly differently. I would say, given the kind of challenges and disruptions that we face, Prime Minister Modi's India is not just an indispensable bridge. I think it's an indispensable anchor of the global order, of the economic growth, of stability, of trust and reliability. And some of the visits that you refer to essentially fit into that. Insofar as the upcoming G20 summit in the US later this year is concerned, when India hosted its G20 presidency, we achieved a unique consensus in G20, which was not possible in the G20 summit prior to that. And we look forward to working very closely with the US and with other G20 partners in ensuring successful outcome achievements of the upcoming summit in December this year.
Thank you. Ambassador, if I take a little bit of a change in gear and focus a little bit on two sectors, let's say the biotech and the AI. In the biotech sector, India is not anymore what it used to be. It's now a $195 billion economy. It's grown 20 times in the last 10 years. But yet, when it comes to innovation, China has reached a very different place today than it was 10, 15 years back. And you and I have spoken about it. Today I mentioned briefly during the lunch to Ambassador Greer. If US wants to develop India as a very credible source for innovation partnership, what would be your vision of India in the next 10 to 15 years? And the same perhaps would apply to AI, which is an evolving, emerging field. Where can we take the relationship of US-India to a different level in these two sectors?
Look, I think what you are essentially referring to is a part of an important segment of the new and emerging technologies, biotechnology and artificial intelligence. Now, if you look at, you refer to the figure of 195 billion, which is roughly what the total valuation of the Indian biotechnology sector is. And you're referring to growth rates which are close to near 100% in terms of the growth. You would be aware of the initiative that Government of India recently launched in March this year, which is BioShakti 2026, which seeks to address 3 or 4 things simultaneously. First of all, it seeks to address the kind of new market that is emerging in the biotechnology sector. It is generally said that with the advent of artificial intelligence, the biotechnology, particularly not just the industrial biotechnology, but a field that you're very well familiar with, biopharmaceuticals, therapeutics, will see a phenomenal new opportunity coming its way. This is an area where India already is blessed with a very strong base of human resource talent. And with this BioShakti 2026 initiative, there are 4 key pillars to it, one of which is focusing on the not just the discovery of the new innovative molecule in the biopharmaceutical sector, but also continue to keep the strength in the off-patent generic sector. We do know that there is a huge opportunity in the landscape which is emerging between 2025 and 2032 in terms of the molecules that go off patent. But at the same time, there is a huge new molecule innovation opportunity which is there. So manufacturing, discovery, the entire regulatory ecosystem associated with that advancement is something which is sought to be addressed through this BioShakti Mission 2026. In terms of our bilateral efforts, biotechnology is also one of the principal sectors of partnership that was identified under the Trust initiative that was launched when Prime Minister visited US. Trust essentially stands for transforming the relationship, utilizing strategic technology. And it was launched as part of US-India Compact, catalyzing opportunity for military partnership, accelerated commerce and technology. And biotechnology figured very prominently alongside the other area which you mentioned, artificial intelligence, in terms of our partnership. We see this as a space which would have essentially 4 legs to its cooperation in biotechnology. One, manufacturing. And I'm not just including pure drug discovery there, but the entire chain that runs with it. 2, trade, which is intrinsic to this. 3, I would say research and innovation, which is very, very important for us to be able to work together in this space. And 4, regulatory cooperation in terms of as you try to build on this area. I personally strongly believe that biotechnology as a whole, industrial biotechnology, biopharmaceutical is part of that. And I will add one more aspect to it, which is a connect between the biotechnology startup ecosystem in India and the US venture and capital ecosystem in India. In India, as of yesterday, we have roughly 12,000 startups in the biotechnology sector. A large number of them fairly mature, ready for takeoff across this entire value chain of biotechnology. Insofar as the artificial intelligence is concerned, I think we are still, I mean, there are, I feel rather bashful and reticent in speaking about AI in front of, people like Arvind Krishna and other tech CEOs who are here. But I feel we are perhaps in early phases of artificial intelligence, purely insofar as the model phase and the building of application layer on top of it is concerned. Insofar as India is concerned, we are working across all 5 layers: infra, energy, model, applications, them included. I would add another aspect to it, which is that in India, it's not just about tokens. It's also about what outcomes do you produce using those tokens. Because if the AI has to scale up into a form which is acceptable to the society, eventually it needs to transform itself into the kind of outcomes that the people can relate to. We are also very strong in the model space. We believe that we need to have a degree of strategic autonomy and resilience when it comes to working across all layers of AI. That's what we are focused on. And in that endeavor, United States and several of its large enterprises are a crucial partner as we work with them in building this partnership.
Thank you. And the last one is, this is America's 250th year of independence. It's a moment of, kind of renaissance and reflection on what we have already built and what we could possibly build in the future and how we have built everything that we have up. So if I clock forward 5 years from now, what does a genuinely successful US-India relationship, whether it's biotech, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's trade, what do you see the end of the state picture looking like? And what could be some of the important markers for that?
Okay. Well, one of the important markers that the two leaders defined for both our systems when Prime Minister visited the US in February last year, and which Ambassador Sergio Gore also referred to, is Mission 500, which is to achieve a bilateral trade of $500 billion by the end of 2030. We are currently at about 240 billion. So aim would be to double it to 500 billion. A clear empirical marker for you to make your assessment. But obviously, trade doesn't move in isolation. A trade moves when your supply chains are better connected. When there is a value derived out of supply chain that moves between the two economies, when there is a strong flow of capital across both economies, when the innovation, investment, manufacturing, and skilled mobility converges together. And a lot of that is already underway right now. I'll give you a classic example, which will, again, grow as we move forward to the next 5 years. 2-3 years ago, we had a nascent to negligible semiconductor industry of our own. We then started India Semiconductor Mission 1.0 and then subsequently 2.0. And we are now at a stage where pilot production hopefully should commence for the legacy semiconductor nodes by the end of this year and commercial production by the end of next year. Very initial stages of equipment production for semiconductors. Naturally, the memory space also, of which you have heard, which was non-existent till, I would say, I remember that meeting in June 2023 between the Honorable Prime Minister and the Chairman CEO of Micron in Washington. And in February this year, we commissioned the plant Micron in India. Now, this is a very concrete journey of progress between a partnership of Indian industry and the US industry, which has resulted in setting up of a supply chain of semiconductor, of course, of legacy nodes, which has a strong segment of demand. In the emerging spaces, I would defer, of course, to the better judgment of Arvind, but we are also working in the quantum space across compute, communication, materials, sensing. I would even add quantum programming and algorithms in that. Again, IBM is a strong partner for us in working for that. You mentioned yourself about biotechnology. The speed at which and the scale at which we are broad-basing our supply chain partnerships, priority that we have set for ourselves to reduce our import dependence on single country across a range of areas of economic activity, particularly pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. The extent of trade targets that we have set for ourselves, the entire close cooperation between innovation, capital, and investment ecosystem between the two countries. I think we will see very clear, we already have seen in the last couple of years, very clear, identifiable progress in these areas. I am personally confident that each of these segments would see a much higher pinnacle of achievement come 2030. And we probably will be asking, were we ambitious enough in 2025 in setting up those targets?
Thank you. So if there's one message you would like to give us here for the ones who are attending this conference today, this summit today, who are really, really invested in the co-prosperity model of the relationship between India and US, what would that message be?
I would say trust, reliability, supply chain security, and benefit of the people of the two countries, their economic growth and prosperity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you, John. Thank you all. Thank you, Ambassador Clark.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us, Ambassador Quatra, and thank you also to Mr. Chattopadhyay and Ms. Sankara Narayanan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us for a cocktail reception in the foyer. We'll return to this room at 6 o'clock for the dinner program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you please to come in and take a seat? Please take a seat at any table that doesn't have a name tag on it already, at any seat that doesn't have a name tag. Ladies and gentlemen, please find a seat. Feel free to sit anywhere that doesn't have a name tent at the place already. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you please to take a seat. Feel free to sit at any open seat. Any seat that doesn't have a name tent is an open seat.
The United States and India, the world's largest and oldest democracies, are bound by shared values and an increasingly important partnership. At the U.S.-India Friendship Alliance, we believe strong partnerships between nations are built person to person and community to community. The U.S.-India Friendship Alliance is the philanthropic arm of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Working alongside the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum and its members, we help align corporate purpose with community impact. We were operationalized in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, helping mobilize critical support that saved lives across India. Since then, we have built programs and partnerships that strengthen the connection between our two nations. Our work sits at the intersection of diplomacy, community, and opportunity. People-to-people ties are not a footnote to the U.S.-India partnership, they are its foundation. The Alliance's initiatives connect communities, create livelihoods, and promote goodwill. Our programs forge partnerships between leaders across the two countries, open livelihood and educational opportunities for underserved communities in India, increase food security in Washington, D.C., and promote resilience in times of crisis. As the U.S.-India relationship grows in strategic importance, the human connections that underpin it matter more than ever. We are building those connections, and we invite you to be part of it. USIFA's work is grounded in partnerships. We are grateful to the companies, foundations, and individuals who are helping make this work possible.
Hello, I'm Lord Raj Lumba, and I'm pleased to share this message. Through our Prosperity for Widows project, a partnership between the Lumba Foundation and the US-India Friendship Alliance, we have trained more than 5,000 widows in Uttar Pradesh. This work is very close to my heart, and we are grateful to have a trusted partner in the US-India Friendship Alliance.
Hi, I'm Rupa Dash, founder and CEO of the World Women Foundation. Few organizations embody the spirit of partnership, quite like the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum and the US-India Friendship Alliance. And I have been fortunate to engage closely with their work. The World Women Foundation and the Friendship Alliance share a common commitment to women's advancement. I value the relationship we continue to build.
There is no better time than now for you to get involved in US-India Friendship Alliance's mission and help us create opportunities in both US and India for women, youth, and communities to build trust and take our relationship forward to the next century.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue to enjoy your dinner. We're going to start our program. Allow me to invite up to the stage USISPF board member Sachit Ahuja, co-president of Tillman Global Holdings.
Good evening, everyone. One of the defining questions of this moment for business leaders, for policymakers, for anyone deploying capital across borders is which bilateral relationships will hold and which will evolve under the pressure of a rapidly shifting global order. The US-India strategic partnership has proven its importance precisely when tested, and the work of deepening it remains as critical as ever. Sitting alongside it, with consequences for global supply chains, investment flows, and the framework of commerce among allied nations, is the Canada-US relationship, one of the largest and most integrated economic partnerships in the world, and one being actively shaped right now. To understand where that relationship goes from here, there are very few people better positioned to offer that perspective than our guests today. Ambassador Mark Wiseman arrived in Washington this February at what may be the most pivotal inflection point in a generation. As Canada's ambassador to the United States, he brings to that role 3 decades of experience few diplomats can claim, having served as CEO of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board and chair of AIMCO, 2 of Canada's foremost institutional investment firms. A career built not in the halls of government, but in capital markets and boardrooms. Prime Minister Carney selected him precisely for this juncture because it demands someone who speaks a language of finance and business as fluently as the language of statecraft. He's now at the center of active negotiations between Canada and the United States. For those of us focused on the US-India corridor, understanding how our closest neighbor and ally is navigating this global reset and what it means for the broader architecture of cross-border commerce and investment is essential context. I should say on a personal note that Mark has been a mentor to me for nearly a decade and someone I hold in the highest regard. I'm deeply grateful he's here this evening. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Mark Wiseman.
Welcome, Ambassador. You've come to Washington at what is truly a consequential time and somewhat of a unique vantage point. You spent decades doing long-term capital allocation between 2 countries, but sort of looking beyond that, you know, the trade, technology, trust relationships in North America are being rewired. What we'd like to talk today is how does that lead to the future of trade? Where does a country like India fit in? And when we look at North America, for decades, this was one of the strongest examples of economic integration. Today, governments are balancing free trade with economic security, focused on industrial policy and supply chain resilience. So how do we look forward to the future of global trade? What is the role India, United States, and Canada play, and what lessons do we learn?
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me, and Sachit, thank you for those kind words. I was the chair of his compensation committee prior to becoming ambassador. I'm no longer the chair, so I actually think his words might be sincere now. But look, first of all, let me talk let me start by talking about North American trade and then talk about India, because I think North American trade, since the first free trade agreement between Canada and the United States, which came into force in 1988, has benefited the continent incredibly, incredibly well. Both Canada and the US, and indeed Mexico, have seen our economies prosper as we've integrated supply chains, as comparative advantage has come to the fore, as we've made it easier for people and products and services to move seamlessly across the border. So, I think the first thing I would say is that North America should be viewed as a shining example of how trade integration can benefit countries and indeed citizens across the border. Today, $2.4 billion of trade cross the Canada-US border each and every day. 120 million people cross the border each year. In fact, our two countries, and that's not even counting Mexico, Canada and the United States, do more trade in a day than each of Canada and the United States does with many other countries around the world. And indeed, since the signing of the USMCA in 2020, trade between Canada and the US is up 27%, creating economic growth and prosperity for North America. Now, it's not always uncomplicated. And as we've seen, even with neighbors, good neighbors like Canada and the US, there are times when there are disagreements, when there are irritants, and you need to work through those. And clearly, we're amidst some of those issues right now as we come up to the 1st of July, which is Wednesday, which is the opening of the period where the USMCA agreement can be renewed. And what renewal means is an extension. The agreement as it currently stands comes to an end in 2036, but if it's renewed, it extends for an additional 6 years to 2042. So we're going into this period. But what I'd say is the change in posture of the United States, a more US-centric posture, has brought to the fore an understanding that countries around the world need to be more self-sufficient, need to be more resilient, and need to think in a more diversified way. So, and I will come to India, I promise. But for Canada, that means continuing to grow and develop our relationship with the United States of America, with Mexico, but also looking abroad to other countries who are growing around the world, who are sources of demand for our products and who are sources of supply for the things that we need. And in that regard, the relationship between Canada and India, which I think is on an excellent path, is an example of that diversification. And again, I say that it's not diversification at the expense of the relationship. Look, we share a 7,000-mile border with the United States. And if you look at the trading relationship that we have, most other countries in the world envy the trading relationship we have. We don't want to give that up, and the US doesn't want to give it up with us. But we can all benefit from being more diversified, and whether it's COVID, whether it's a change of policy, whether it's geopolitics, all of those things have made it clear that we need to look more broadly. And for Canada, a very logical, perhaps the most logical place to look in the world to extend and diversify our trading relationship is India.
Yeah, you're right. As you're trying to balance your strategic partnerships and then also remain integrated with your largest trading partner. Moving on to India, and clearly all three countries, right, US, Canada, and India, going to have important roles to play in how the global economy shapes. And if we sort of pivot to the example, just taking one, which is technology, US offers large language models, which are critical to what the future is going to look like. Canada has talent, research. India has talent, scale, ability to deploy. So from your vantage point, what would that ideal trifecta look like? Is there room for multilateral relationships where we can leverage things like technology, but perhaps even others?
Well, look, I think, India is a great example where, we saw this in the early days of outsourcing, of BPO businesses, where you could work together to create both better outcomes and more cost-effective outcomes for North American businesses, for Canadian businesses, and at the same time, you could also create a growing middle class in India with the great expertise that exists and a great education system that exists in India. I think with AI, what this means is taking that model to the next level. And we have to work together as AI disrupts some of those traditional outsourcing models. But I don't think that partnership is dead. In fact, I think it's just in the early innings. And when I say innings, by the way, I mean cricket, not baseball. Look, you guys everybody's asleep here still. But I do think that we are in this sort of the early stages of being able to develop those partnerships. And so if you look at India, what India brings to the table is an incredibly talented, base of human resource, research, flexibility, and an ability to innovate very, very quickly. If you think what Canada can bring to that table, we are, people forget, Geoffrey Hinton, who just won the Nobel Prize, the father of AI, did that at the University of Toronto. So we're a center for AI research, but we're also a center for energy. And that becomes a very important part of that partnership. So I think as we go into the next phase of technological development, just like BPO was sort of the early phases of that model, I think we have a long way to go, and I think countries thinking that they can do that alone is a very narrow-minded way of thinking. We're going to have to collaborate. We're each going to have to bring to the table what is required for this really this next phase of, I don't think I'm overstating it. I think the next phase of human development, I think it's that important in terms of what is happening with AI. And I think there's a huge opportunity for India to have a central part of that partnership.
No, clearly, you're absolutely right. I think this is a pivotal moment in history. And governments are increasingly thinking about how do we redefine talent? How do we reskill talent? Countries are looking for investment to come in. And then there's the regulatory framework, which sort of supports all of this. So as you look across, of course, North America and then into India as well, what can the government do to enable sort of, allowing companies and businesses to be able to harness this potential and then shape a technology partnership where we have trust, where we have security, where we have inclusivity. And I'm asking all of this in the context of AI.
So look, I think that the role of government is to set the conditions and create a permissive environment where the private sector and business can be in a position to take advantage of the opportunities that are arising from AI and from technology more broadly. Now, some of that is by necessity regulatory in nature, but a lot of it is about building the conditions that will allow that partnership to take place. Some of that is by negotiating comprehensive agreements like Canada and India are now doing, and where Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Carney have come together. In fact, they've met 4 times in the last just over a year, can come together and ensure that we have the investor protections, ensure that there's movement of capital and people that can allow the private sector to take advantage. In the Canadian context, it also means increasing our national infrastructure, things that the private sector can't do. So we have to make it easier for those gigawatts to come to market to be able to power the data centers of the future. We have to make it easier for fiber to be laid to get that information to the places that it needs to be. We have to work harder on transportation infrastructure so that we can move people more efficiently. So I think the Government of Canada, by putting in place things like its Major Projects Office, or in terms of negotiating a comprehensive economic partnership with India, is setting the conditions for the private sector to then come in and do what the private sector does best, which is innovate, let the private sector determine which technology is going to win and which technology is going to lose, and create economic growth and resilience through that. My good friend Prem Watsa is smiling at me because he can't believe that a Canadian government official is sitting on the stage and he agrees with me. It happens once in a while, Prem. But I do think that that's where the Government of Canada is today. I think that's where the Government of India is today. And I think that is what is going to create a real opportunity to increase what is already a good and growing partnership. But governments have to set the conditions. If government doesn't set the conditions, then it's very hard. So we do need government. It's not the government, but we need government not to regulate and get in the way. But it's a mistake not to believe that we don't need government to set the conditions that are required by private enterprise to create prosperity.
So as governments are creating the infrastructure, the technology is there. In fact, we feel the technology is far advanced than what is being harnessed today. Do you feel that in these discussions that are taking place between governments as we're negotiating agreements, that there is enough focus on the services piece, or seems like most of these are led with goods to begin with?
I think that's true, and I think that's the traditional way that we tend to think about trade. And I think in many respects, India has turned that on its head. Infosys just being one example where services lead. I think you're right, but again, we also need the physical pieces of the puzzle to lead and to allow those services. So, I think I want to use an example of what Canada and India have announced they're working on, because I think it's heading in the right direction. I don't think it's just about goods. I think, though, you're right, it needs to set the conditions for services as well. So I've got my little cheat sheet here so I don't get the Prime Minister's instructions wrong. But so there's four things that Canada and India have announced with Modi and Carney. The first is a new strategic energy partnership. And so we know India needs energy, and Canada has excess energy. In fact, today we're exporting 4 million barrels a day to the United States, let alone to what we can export to the rest of the world. So that energy partnership with India that's been announced includes LNG, LPG, uranium, solar, and hydrogen both expertise and physical product from Canada. So that's one. And you need those things if you're going to actually have a robust, you need energy if you're going to have a robust services partnership. Secondly, and I think this is quite cool, the Canadian Space Agency and the Indian Space Research Organization agreed to cooperate on Earth observation and intend to explore joint initiatives in space. Again, you need non-terrestrial communication, satellite communication to drive that services side of the business. You can't do services abroad if you can't communicate with each other. So if you look at what Canada and India are doing in space exploration and technology, that's the second part. Then there's been 2 MOUs on critical minerals. Again, if you think about critical minerals, they are required to drive new technology, to drive AI, the things that are required to build better chipsets, the things that are required to drive the hardware for the next generation. And so, just those are just, the start of what we're doing. And I think all those things, while they're physical in nature, I mean, uranium is a physical thing, LNG is a physical thing, but those physical things are ultimately required to drive services and technology. So that's the way that I think about it, and I think that's the way our 2 governments are thinking about it.
No, you're absolutely right. I guess everything needs to come together and build off, the physical infrastructure, the goods, the other elements that you need. So let's fast forward 5 years from today. And if we've been successful in these partnerships, the North America relationship, the Indian relationship, and the global economy, what would that success look like for you? And what is the one decision that policymakers should make to help us get there?
Look, I think, if 5 years from now, if we've been successful, that relationship, not just between Canada and India, between the United States and India, between Canada and other countries, between India and other countries, all of those relationships are more robust. And, having strategic autonomy doesn't mean that you're going it alone. Having strategic autonomy means that you're building relationships around the world that give you more flexibility in your own economy and make you more resilient and more self-reliant because you're not sort of single sourcing things. So I think 5 years from now, if the world has more relationships, maybe they're more likely to be bilateral than multilateral in nature. But if those linkages in that network is set up, I think we end up in a world that is safer, in a world that is more connected, and a world that is ultimately more prosperous. And I think that all starts with people, and that's why I think gatherings like this are so important. Ultimately, anything we do in business, in trade, in commerce, in government is about people-to-people relationships. And one of the things that I'm most proud of in Canada is how we have developed a multicultural society. And to me, 5 years from now, if Canada has done a better job taking advantage of the diasporas that exist within our country to link back to where they came from, to build that resilience, I think that's fantastic. Now, I will tell you, 1 out of every 5 Canadians has heritage in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think that gives us a huge leg up as we look to create those partnerships, not just with India, but with other countries in the region. India is the largest and obviously fastest growing economy in the region, is the most important. But if we've increased those people-to-people relationships, created those linkages, and then allowed people to pursue success and thereby drive societal prosperity, boy, the world will be a much better place. And I'm an optimist. I feel good about us being able to achieve that.
I think you're right. I'm on the optimism train with you, and we will have a much better world in 5 years from now. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for all your remarks. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Weissman, Ms. Sawhney, and Mr. Ahuja. Now we've come to the time in our program for the USISPF Distinguished Public Service Awards. Every year, USISPF honors those public servants whose distinguished service to the American people has strengthened the U.S.-India strategic partnership. It's an opportunity for us to recognize their outstanding bipartisan leadership. Tonight, we are pleased to honor two such distinguished leaders for their enduring contribution to this most consequential of relationships. Please join me in welcoming USISPF Chairman John Chambers to the stage to introduce the first of these awardees.
Occasionally, at an event like this, you get to introduce somebody that is a great friend, somebody that you admire, somebody you share common interests with, and somebody who can just get things done. The first time I met Steve, I felt immediately a common set of values, characteristics, an outdoorsman by nature, a family person, but somebody that was very quiet and he could just make things happen behind the scenes. He is married to his wife, Cindy, and she's amazing. You can see your eyes light up, Steve, when you talk about her. They have 4 kids and 7 grandkids in 7 years. You have to tell me the secret to that. I've only got 2 grandkids, but I'm working on it. When you think about Steve's background, people often ask why I admire him so much. He has an ability, when you think about great leaders, he has the ability to think about a vision and a strategy and how does it happen. He's got the track record that's going with it. He has the ability to then translate that vision into relationships. And everywhere you go, Steve, you touch people and they get it and you form friendships for life on it. And then you also trust him. When you look at his background in terms of careers, he's one of us. He's an engineer by background. He then spent a little bit over a decade with Procter & Gamble, 6 years in China and Hong Kong. He also did a startup, one of the most successful startups in Montana, and sold it a cloud company for $1.5 billion to Oracle. And then he went on to serve our country, both as a member of Congress and then as the Senate. When people say, John, why do you get so excited about Steve when you think about the friendship and the results? He has an ability to plan out a vision and to make it happen behind the scenes. He has the ability to form relationships for life. He thinks about it like we think about a business problem, Ivan. We outline a vision, then a strategy, here are the operational issues, then the execution. And then he works across the aisle and brings constituents into a win-win environment. He also is very humble and likes to do things behind the scenes and has the ability to make things work. You'll probably not remember my introduction tonight, but I'll tell you one story that gives you an idea why I admire this man so much. When he ran the campaign for the NSRC to allow the Republicans to get back control of the Senate, he used all the skills I just talked about in terms of people, determining the candidates who are most likely to win. I had the honor to be very close to that and to listen to his strategy as he went through the year. And you did an amazing job at a time that many people thought that could not happen. In his support of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum, every time he gets involved in USISPF, your third session here for the evening, thank you on that. He came back personally for tonight, and he's flying back to Montana tomorrow. But if you watch really how he leads, he has the ability to bring this all together and to get key results. So it's rare that you have a friend that you trust that much. Your trip to New Delhi was famous. You do it behind the scenes, but build a great relationship with Jay Shankar, Minister Gould. You build trust. You worked with Ambassador Gore and Ambassador Quatra very effectively. And you saw within a short time period, that team came together to make major progress. So please join me in welcoming and congratulations to the award, Senator Steve Daines, a great friend and somebody I admire tremendously. Thank you, Steve.
Let me also invite Raj Subramaniam, USISPF Vice Chair and President and CEO of the FedEx Corporation, and Dr. Mukesh Aghi to join us on the stage to present the award. Of course, we'd like to have John back up too.
Well, Senator, it's great to see you here, and congratulations again on the award. I cannot think of one other person who would deserve this more, and I appreciate it very much, and great to see you here today. Now, you and I have a lot of things in common. You're both chemical engineers. You knew our founder very well, so we have the FedEx connection. We have a Procter & Gamble connection, and to top it all, we are kids born in the same hospital, in Matilda Hospital, with the same doctor. I mean, how much more can we get? So, would you...
An Indian doctor, no less.
An Indian doctor, no less.
Right, he was.
So with that, would you just talk a little bit about what really got you to China at a very young age in Guangzhou, and how that shaped your thinking about the world so many years ago?
Well, Raj, first of all, thank you. And John Chambers, that would make my mother blush, what you shared tonight. So those are very, very kind words, John. Thank you. Well, I'm not sure how we ended up in China. That was quite an experience. I had been working in the States for 7 years. Cindy and I were married. We had an 18-month-old little boy, David, and a 3-month-old little girl, Annie. And I was at my desk one day after being with P&G 7 years. I was managing operations. P&G had a program where they took engineers they recruited from campus and looked for engineers who also were involved in leadership activities on campus, people skills, and that was their secret sauce for entry-level management. I remember when I started with P&G, I was 21 years old. I was given a team of 30 people. Most of them had worked for the company longer than I'd been alive, and I didn't know anything. And so you just jump into that and have to learn. But P&G is famous for its development of people to promote from within an organization. I had wonderful mentors and coaches throughout my career. But 7 years into that career, I got a call one day from executive leadership, and they said, we're going to be launching our businesses into China, not to offshore manufacturing, but to launch American brands into that market. And this was in 1991. China at that time was about a $500 billion economy. And my sweet wife and I talked it through, and we said, we'll go on the look-see visits. We flew to Hong Kong and then went into Guangzhou, and we said, yes, we'll do this. So we moved the family in January of '92 into Guangzhou with 2 little kids. I remember the first thing you do at P&G is you got to go build a team. So we were the first non-state-owned enterprise allowed to recruit on the campuses across China. So we went to all the universities. P&G was given that privilege because we had a great relationship then with the government, and we had a respect, and they knew we had a lot to offer China by the transfer of technology. In this case, it was going to be management processes, strategic planning processes, how to coach and develop people, meritocracy type reward systems, and so forth. So I remember I went to Zhejiang University in Hangzhou. Now, I'd been up in Tsinghua University in Beijing, Beijing University, interviewing these Chinese students who had never done an interview with a U.S. company. And they were very, very humble. It was hard to draw out information from them. We had to kind of pull it out of them. These are some of the top students in China at the top universities. But I remember I went to Hangzhou, Zhejiang University, and when you walked on the campus, I think I felt like Taylor Swift. You'd walk on the campus, you'd be mobbed by the Chinese students. They wanted to be a part of that. But anyway, the reason I bring up Zhejiang University is because if you fast forward to just January of this year, the Leiden Institute out of the Netherlands, they have a criteria of grading research output and quality coming from the great universities of the world. Harvard was in the #1 position, according to Leiden Institute out of the Netherlands, for years until last year. Zhejiang University was just ranked #1, and Harvard fell to 3rd place.
Oh my gosh.
So it just is a kind of a shot across the bow about as we think through where China's headed. Of course, then a $500 billion economy, now over $20 trillion.
I mean, that's a great story, but you're talking about your international involvement. As a senator, you have traveled, if I've got it right, 25 different countries, and in many of those countries, you're the first U.S. senator who's set foot in that country for at least 15 years. So why? Why do you do that? And what have you learned from these trips that you have undertaken over the last so many years here?
Yeah, well, we'll kind of unpack this. In this, this is going to end up talking a lot about India, but I think it's important to step back and look at the geopolitical puzzle for a moment. Back in the late 90s, Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote a book called The Global Chessboard. If you recall, Brzezinski was President Carter's national security advisor. In fact, President Reagan, when he was elected and was building out his cabinet, he actually invited Brzezinski to continue in that role. Of course, Jimmy Carter, Democrat, Ronald Reagan, Republican, but Brzezinski had a brilliant mind, and in what he wrote in the late 90s in this book called The Global Chessboard, a lot of this has come true today. I'm rereading that book, in fact, now. But one of the things he said in that book is that he was looking at Central Asia. He was looking at the South Caucasus. And he described Central Asia as the wine bottle and the South Caucasus as the cork. Someday, if we could uncork the South Caucasus, it would open up Central Asia. And so I went over, there's 5 countries in Central Asia. I went over and visited Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. And Raj, as you mentioned, there had not been a U.S. senator in a couple of those countries in some 10 to 15 years. And we started to engage. And one thing about America is it's one of the great hopes and beacon of the world, and we're thankful for that because we're free, and freedom works. And so we started building these relationships. Then I stumbled into, several months later, into Azerbaijan and Armenia. I feel like Forrest Gump sometimes. I got right in the middle of the peace negotiations between a Shiite Muslim country, Azerbaijan, and one of the oldest Christian countries in the world, Armenia. And they were trying to resolve a 30-year hot war. And if you know the history of Azerbaijan, the geography, the exclave, Azerbaijan is divided by a 25-mile band of Armenia that divides greater Azerbaijan from this little exclave. And they've been at war for 30 years. So I'm in meeting with President Aliyev, talking about this possible peace deal. It was shuttle diplomacy going from Baku then over to Yerevan in Armenia, meeting with Prime Minister Pashinyan. And the key factor that united those two leaders to sign a peace deal was the United States. Putin had tried, prior administrations here in Washington had tried, but they actually liked the strong leadership of President Trump and America. And I got to play this kind of behind-the-scenes role at the 50-yard line, engaging these leaders. And if you fast forward a few months later, we were right here in Washington, August 8th, when Marco Rubio and President Trump and a few of us were at the White House. We brought those two leaders together to sign a consequential peace deal, and that peace deal is holding. That's opening up now Central Asia. In fact, I'm headed back to Azerbaijan a week from next week after the 4th on July 5th, and I'll be in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and I'll finish up the trip in the Emirates. But keep in mind, Turkmenistan has the 4th largest reserves of natural gas in the world. 4th, Turkmenistan. I mean, most senators here, I didn't know that until I went over there. Tremendous opportunities. We think about the oil, gas, critical minerals, in terms of getting that flow going back to the West. And you think about what Russia and China are up to, they're not real happy with our newfound friends and renewed relations engagement there in Central Asia and the Caucasus.
Well, Senator, I think congrats on that. I remember being in that conversation in August with Secretary Rubio as well. I mean, so great role that you played behind the scenes to make that happen. But let's switch our focus to India. And you've been a champion of the U.S.-India relationship for so many years. What is it that drew you to this? Is it a particular conversation, particular experience? What exactly drove you to be a champion of the U.S.-India relationship?
Well, my first trip to India was in 1997. I was still a Procter & Gamble manager then. And in fact, I was in Hong Kong of the night of the handover on June 30th, 1997, when Prince Charles then and Governor Patton, Chris Patton, handed the keys off to the Chinese and sailed off into the harbor that night. The next morning, I flew to India. By the way, just reminded myself, too, of something, Raj. The first time I ever met Fred Smith at FedEx was in 1994 in Guangzhou when Secretary of Commerce Ron Brown invited a group of 25 CEOs to tour our operations. And I still have this picture there of that group with Ron Brown. So Raj, when you were in Hong Kong with your kids and I'm in Guangzhou with my kids, never in a million years did we ever think we'd be up here together. But that was the first time I met Fred Smith. But so it was 1997. I made 4 subsequent trips, 2 before I came to the Senate, and then 2 while I was senator. And as we think about the geopolitical strategy for the world and thinking about the United States, we need a high trusted counterweight as we think about what's going on with China. And it's very clear to me, as I will tell anybody who listens to me, when I travel to China, this phone does not go to Beijing with me. It stays on my desk in Washington, D.C. When I travel to Delhi or anywhere in India, this phone is with me. Mm-hmm. And that's just a small example of a highly trusted ally and friend. But I can't do that when I go to China. And I've made multiple trips to China. It's an important relationship. It's too big to fail. Raj and I have spent some time talking about China. The 2 largest economies in the world, 42% of the world's GDP, 2 largest militaries. We can't disengage from China. We need to engage. We need to de-risk, but we need to engage. But it begs the question, so what are we going to do proactively as we think about strategic partnerships and opportunities? And there's only one country in the world that can match the size and scale of China's innovation ecosystem, and it's India working with the United States. Just looking at STEM grads, you do the numbers, roughly 3.5 million STEM grads. It's hard to sometimes get the numbers coming out of China every year. The only hope we have, thinking about globally to compete with that, to build the scale, is going to be India plus the United States. Round numbers, India, 2.5 million STEM grads. The United States, 500,000 to 1 million, depending on how you count it. There you now have potentially here a balance, an equilibrium as it relates to size and scale. And so the relationship that we have between the United States and India is not only important for our two countries, I think it's important for the world.
So let's talk about what's next. In this relationship, what are the most untapped opportunities? And in fact, if we were talking to some of the young lawmakers who are here, what would you advise them on this U.S.-India relationship?
Well, first, nothing beats visiting and spending time with the people. And John Chambers has been an incredible India mentor of mine. I remember we were chatting back in the late 90s, 2019, I should say, 2018-19 timeframe, and then coming into COVID time, about the important role India plays and the strategic pivot many companies were making in terms of capital allocations on China versus India. But it comes back to that really important fundamental currency, Raj, which is trust. And John Chambers talked about it. It's somebody you can trust. And when we're working on the China-U.S. relationship, we have trust issues. And when you have that military-civil fusion certainly going on in their country, but it's a very different environment we're talking about the U.S.-India relationship. And so I think that's important. If you think about the future leaders and current leaders today, is to be stepping back and thinking about the geopolitical puzzle and the important role that India is going to play. We talk a lot here in Washington about the challenges of China, but not many have thought through a strategy for, okay, what do we need to do going forward? What relationships need to strengthen here as that counterbalance as relates to the concerns many have about what's going on in China?
Now, you also now announced that after such a distinguished career in public service that you're going to hang the hat up here, sadly for all of us. But what does life look for Steve Daines post the Senate here, and how do you see that unfolding as we go forward here?
Well, John said it's 7 grandchildren right there, so that's the start. And that's something that's changed in our lives in the last 6 years. I had to call President Trump and tell him about our decision. We're going to retire. And before I had that conversation with the president, I went to the West Wing and met with Susie Wiles. And Susie closed the door, just the two of us, and she didn't know what I was coming to tell her about. And I started to talk to her about it. I started to get choked up. It's bittersweet. I have so many tremendous friends and colleagues, and we've been through so many great battles here in Washington, and it's been a wonderful time. So it's not because we've had 14 years of where you're burned out or tired or bitter. None of that. Our hearts are full, and it's been an amazing, fulfilling 14 years. But as I explained this to Susie, I'd cut a little video, because I noticed when senators retire, typically they'll shoot a little 2-minute video around why they're leaving. So I thought, well, I better do that, because I'm doing it. So I went out in my barley field in Montana, had my Carhartt jacket, my ball cap. I loaded the tailgate on my pickup, put a little selfie stick up there with my camera, and I filmed a 1-minute, 40-second video explaining our decision. So I showed it to Susie. We sat next to each other watching that. We get done with the video. I've got tears rolling down my cheeks. She's got tears rolling down her cheeks. And I'm just telling you, it's not an easy thing to do, because we're leaving at a time when I think things are in good place from a career viewpoint. But then I said, how do I tell the president this, Susie? He says, I'll prepare him for this, Steve, but we'll set up a phone call. And I wasn't sure how the president was going to react. And he was just not long after the war in Iran had started. I knew he had a lot to do. We had a 30-minute conversation on the phone, Raj. It was the most endearing conversation I've ever had with the president. And I said, Mr. President, I was at Procter & Gamble 13 years. I was in the cloud computing space 12 years. I'm here on Capitol Hill 2 years in the House, 12 years in the Senate, 14 years in Congress. I said, I'm kind of a 12 to 14-year guy, kind of like a cicada. And it's time to move on and do the next thing. And he completely understood that, respected it, and it was a great conversation.
Yeah. Well, how about that? Well, Steve, thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you very much for flying the flag of the international relationship. Thank you very much for flying the U.S.-India relationship. I know how much you've done And I hope that we can count on you for future building of the U.S.-Indian relationship, whatever role that you decide.
Well, I told, my wife and I have decided to, and she's always up for more adventure. Cindy's great. She's the one who gave birth. Our two youngest were born in Matilda Hospital there in Hong Kong. In fact, our youngest son, Michael, who's now 31, he's a mechanical engineer and he's a scratch golfer and a wonderful young man. He's getting married in August. Be our fourth and final kid getting married off, so we'll have more grandchildren potential. But Michael came to me one day when he's about 16 years old, and he said, "Dad, I want to get a tattoo." I said, I'm a Procter & Gamble guy. I thought, a tattoo, how's this going to go in the interview? And I thought, well, let's make sure we put it in a discreet place. I said, where would you put this tattoo? And of course, Michael was born in the same hospital where Rosa's children were born, Matilda in Hong Kong. He said, on the bottom of my foot. I thought, well, maybe that'll teach you a lesson. You'll never have another tattoo in your life. It'll be so painful. And he said to me, well, Dad, you didn't ask me what I was going to say. I said, well, I'm really curious. What will that tattoo say? And Michael said, made in China. That was good. So we are always up for an adventure. As I've said, we're not going to retire. We're going to repurpose and probably stay engaged in the private sector. There's so much going on in the world. We're passionate about these global issues, passionate about what's going on in India. Let me say this last point. It was an Indian doctor that saved my father's life at MD Anderson, and I'm thankful for that. And so it's not lost on me the incredible contribution so many Indian Americans make in so many ways in our society. But especially in the Danes family, is an Indian doctor who was so kind and gracious and so smart, and was instrumental in saving my father's life from cancer. So thank you.
Senator Daines, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Give it up for Senator Daines.
Thanks, Ron. Thank you.
I'm going to take a photo of you.
Thank you, Senator Daines and Mr. Subramanian. Our next awardee, United States Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, couldn't be here with us today, but he has sent a video message for us to share with our guests this evening.
Hello, everyone. I'm Senator Mark Warner from Virginia. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person because I'm traveling around the Commonwealth today, but I'd like to thank the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum for this tremendous honor. I'm truly grateful to receive the 2026 USISPF Public Service Award, and I'm especially glad to share this recognition with my colleague and friend, Senator Steve Daines. I know Steve is going to be with you in person. For a long time, I've fought to promote the United States and India's relationship. I still remember back when I was governor in the beginning of the century, everybody was going to China as governors. But in 2005, as governor, I led the first ever trade delegation from our Commonwealth to India. I remember coming back from that visit with the conviction that the friendship between our two countries was one worth investing in for the long haul. When I came to the Senate, that conviction is what led me to co-chair the bipartisan Senate India Caucus, the largest bilateral caucus in the Senate. That coalition brings national attention to issues that affect our economies and security, and promotes a U.S.-India relationship based on mutual trust and respect. And what a relationship we have created. Our bilateral trade of goods now totals over $149 billion a year. And we are partnering on issues like AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, telecom, biotech, and clean energy that will shape our future. It's vital that we continue pursuing ways to advance this relationship and avoid policies that unfairly target our partners and cast doubt on the enduring strength of U.S. ties. As we in America celebrate our 250th anniversary this year, we stand at a moment of reflection. What did the coming decades look like for our country? It's clear to me, at least, that across our security, economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties, the U.S.-India relationship will continue to be one of the most critical, I would say top 2 or 3, partnerships we have for the long term. As global competition intensifies, particularly in critical emerging technologies, the United States and India have an enormous opportunity to work together to build more resilient supply chains, deepen our economic ties, accelerate innovation, and strengthen our collective security. Of course, none of this happens without strong partnerships between the government and the private sector. And I particularly right now want to also put a big plug in to my friend John Chamber, who's been such a leader in all of the USISPF activities, and for the important role that the partnership plays in bringing together leaders from both countries to turn shared ambitions into real-world opportunities and collaboration. I also want to congratulate USISPF on another successful leadership summit and thank all the business leaders, policymakers, and public servants for the work you're doing to strengthen this critically important strategic partnership for the 21st century. While there will always be challenges for democracies to navigate together, I remain deeply optimistic about what our two nations can accomplish in the years ahead. I look forward to continuing our work together. And again, congratulations to all of today's honorees. I'm honored to be one of those honorees as well, and I hope you have a wonderful summit. Thanks so much.
So every year, USISPF also honors global business leaders whose contributions have been invaluable to nation building, shaping global foundational partnerships, and building stronger strategic ties. Tonight, we celebrate the visionary leadership of 3 exceptional individuals: Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chris Kallio, and Prem Watsa. First, Sunil Bharti Mittal was a pioneering first-generation entrepreneur and institution builder. He's the founder and chairman of Bharti Enterprises and transformed India's telecommunications landscape while building one of the country's most respected global business groups. Unfortunately, Sunil could not be with us here tonight. Our second honoree is Chris Kallio. As chairman and CEO of RTX, Chris leads one of the world's foremost aerospace and defense companies, where he's devoted more than 2 decades of his career. Under Chris, RTX has continued to expand its long-standing presence in India through advanced manufacturing, engineering, and collaboration with Indian industry. These efforts have strengthened defense cooperation, fostered technology partnerships, supported high-skilled jobs in both countries, and contributed to a more resilient and trusted defense industrial ecosystem. To present this award tonight, I invite John and Mukesh back up to the stage. And to accept the award on behalf of Chris, I'd like to invite Shane Eddy, president of Pratt & Whitney, to join us on the stage. It's now my privilege to introduce Prem Watsa, Chairman and CEO of Fairfax Financial Holdings. He has built one of the world's most respected investment and insurance companies. Through Fairfax's significant investments across financial services, healthcare, infrastructure, logistics, and technology, he has helped channel global capital into India and the United States, fostering economic development, creating jobs, and strengthening commercial linkages. Beyond his accomplishments in business, Prem is widely respected for his commitment to philanthropy. Over the years, he's championed organizations including the University of Waterloo, United Way, and St. Paul's Anglican Church, reflecting his deep belief in strengthening communities through service, education, and healthcare. His vision of and unwavering optimism have made him a bridge between markets, businesses, and people across Canada, the United States, and India. Prem has been appointed as an Officer of the Order of Canada, one of the country's highest civilian honors, and the Padma Shri, one of India's highest civilian awards, in recognition of his distinguished contributions to both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite Prem to the stage to accept USISPF's Global Leadership Award for 2026. Mukesh.
Good evening, my friends. It's really a privilege to be here and a great honor to get this award from you. It reminds me of a story that I heard some time back. A wealthy businessman did very well, and a young reporter came and asked him, "How did you do it? How did you make all this money?" He says, "You know, it was a depression, son. I took a little apple, bought it for 5 cents, polished it up, sold it for 10. Next day, bought another apple, polished it up, sold it for 10 cents. And within a month, I had $1. This is in the Depression, $1. And so the young reporter says, "So that's how you made your money?" He says, "No. My wife's father passed away, we got $2 million. Now, I didn't have that luck. I came to Canada with very little money, like many of you came to this wonderful country in the United States. And it's such a wonderful, North America is such a wonderful country, 2 countries that have unlimited potential. And I saw that myself in my experience. I wanted to just begin by thanking the people who organized all of this, John Chamberlain, Mukesh, who's the chairman of the association, Mukesh Aghi, president, the 3 ambassadors that we have, our own ambassador, Mark Wiseman, good friend of mine, Ambassador Sergio Gore, U.S. Ambassador to India, Vinay Quatra, Indian Ambassador to the United States, Senator Daines, who was a very inspiring senator in all your travels, Senator Mark Warner that we heard, and all of these speakers who have taken part in this event. For me, I've been in Canada, 60% of my business in the United States, and I'm a big fan of the U.S. The United States is, in my mind, a fantastic country, 250 years democracy, oldest democracy in the world, and India is the biggest democracy. And you put them together, there's going to be tremendous opportunity for all of us. Our ambassador said, and I think Senator Daines, you were saying, the conditions have to be set, and the conditions are very close to being set. India's opportunity is massive. Very simply, if you tough to define it, but 300 million in the middle class going to 600 million, those type of numbers, massive opportunity. You saw it in China, you're going to see it in India, and India is a democracy. So I'm really very excited about that opportunity. I think I was saying to our ambassador, Piyush Goyal, who was the Commerce Secretary in India, he came to Toronto about a few weeks ago. He said, this is a country which India has a lot of tariffs. He says, India is in the midst of taking tariffs out for 25 countries, including Canada, United States. Europe is already done. No tariffs. 99% of the products will be tariff-free. And then by the end of this year, he's thinking 60+ countries, no tariffs. There's going to be unlimited opportunity for all of you in terms of going to India, as Mr. Modi says, make in India, build in India, which never was the case years ago, make it India and sell it all over the world, and there's no tariffs to stop you selling. So I think the opportunity will be very, very significant, and a lot of you, a lot of Canadians will take advantage of it. The conditions is what governments can set, but ultimately it's entrepreneurial activity, it's companies that are smart enough to negotiate and take advantage of the opportunity. The Prime Minister of India, 2047, he says, 2047, India will be a developed economy. And I've been fortunate, got to know the Prime Minister very well. And I say to him, he's the only Prime Minister who can get India to grow at 10% real growth each year. And I have every expectation he'll do that. This is his third time. Let me just end by, it's fascinating for me to see. I came to Canada at the age of 22, and you had caste problems, and you had a lot of socialism, of course. And today, venture capitalists tell me, if you have an idea, they don't care what your caste is, they don't care where you went to university, what your parents did, what your religion is, they give you money. And they go and give you money, and there's like 5 or 6 venture capitalists trying to give you the money. And that's what India is witnessing today. And when you go there, you get really excited about the possibilities. So thank you very much for this honor. I am very humbled to get it. A lot of my friends, I went to IIT Madras, it's now called Chennai, 50+ years ago, 60 years ago. And a lot of my friends came to the United States, and the US welcomed them, gave them scholarships and tuition waivers, and the leftovers, hardworking Mark, leftovers came to Canada. And as you can see, I benefited greatly from the Canadian experience. So thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage USISPF board members Arvind Krishna, CEO of IBM and recipient of the 2025 USISPF Leadership Award, and Nick Deegan, CEO of Americas and Senior US Partner at the Brunswick Group.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you, John. Tremendous to be with all of you today. And Ambassador Weissman was accusing people of potentially napping. So we're not going to nap. We're going to have some fun over here tonight. And I was thinking about this. What a rare opportunity to have both Arvind Krishna and Prem Watsa together. So, of course, I went into ChatGPT. I did all the questions. So you guys will have to figure out which questions are from ChatGPT and which questions are my own. But it's funny, Prem, you've been called the Buffett of Canada. And I was thinking, this could be like a Berkshire Hathaway meeting with better Wi-Fi. You know, we could, and all the people here could be thinking of potential investments. But Arvind, Warren Buffett actually sold out of IBM in 2014. He could have doubled his money. I mean, look at that. So easily.
He doesn't get all the decisions right.
Exactly. So this is there's hope for everyone. I would love to. It's funny. I was thinking about this. These are two people to me on stage who symbolize long term, and we're thinking about the U.S.-India partnership, the North American-India partnership, and these things are long term. It could also mean that we could have this conversation in 10 years and you'll be right one day. So one of those things will be true. Prem, I'm curious, you mentioned this on stage, and you left India at 22 with $8, and you're now called the Buffett of Canada, though I noticed you weren't eating hamburgers and cherry Coke, so you're more abstemious than that.
I love Indian food.
And you love Indian food. I'm curious what you see today in India, because you've also been investing in India quite some time, and you were investing earlier than it frankly became fashionable. What did you see early? And when you think long term, what are the particular pockets that you see in the Indian growth story which you think people here might surprise them?
Yeah, so we've been investing. I'm from India, so I graduated from the IITs. I know Indian people, and we knew, we knew that they were smart and hardworking and all of that. And so we've invested for 30 years, but it changed with Mr. Modi coming in. Mr. Modi had this idea that business was good. And prior to that, I graduated in 1971, and you couldn't, a lot of you went to the United States scholarship, couldn't get a job in India. You couldn't get a job unless you knew the right people. And so that changed with Mr. Modi. And as I said, the caste system, the government would put 20% for reserved classes and that type of thing. That was not necessary. Now you get an opportunity. It's an opportunity economy. And if you work hard and you get some idea, the rest, the possibilities are enormous. And so when we invested, Nick, what we did was we went for character. The fact that you have a track record, you're a good person, you're going to build the company over a long term, that's what attracted us. We didn't care what sector it was. So we've got companies in, we've got a...
So you're not looking at it really, you're looking more for character than you are for...
Yeah.
Because it's a better measure for long term?
Because the growth in India is going to be very significant. And if you have honest, hardworking people, because, it's an emerging market, right? Emerging market, there's all sorts of people you're dealing with, and if you don't deal with the right people, before you know what happens, your money's gone. Nick, you know that.
Yeah.
And so you have to be careful with that. But character, hard work, a track record, and they're not like, nothing against PE, but they're not trying to sell the company in 5 years or 4 years. They're trying to build it over 10, 15, 20. So we own the Bangalore International Airport. We own 74% of it. And there was a young fellow that we put in charge there, was already there for 10 years. And it shows you that in India, this airport is the best airport in the world, according to The Economist, not according to me, but according to The Economist. And because of this one man and a team, Hari Marar, his name is, built this beautiful airport. And with all of the restrictions of using talent from London or Hong Kong, all of that was removed. And we have a beautiful, many of you have been there, beautiful, beautiful airport. So that's been our experience.
So Arvind, for you, you've got to allocate capital all over the world. I think one of the things Senator Daines was saying, which is so interesting, is just India's shape in the geopolitical game has changed significantly. That must also think, as you're thinking about allocating capital, where does India fit in and how has it changed just in the last few years since you've been CEO?
So India, you can debate, is it the second, third, or fourth most important economy in the world? That's not me saying it, those are the numbers. You could have argued, you went back to Modi, I would go back a bit before that, maybe to the mid-1990s, when deregulation came about in India. Till then, India had been sputtering along at 2-3% growth. And then suddenly it began to switch to 6 to 8% growth. And compounding is a wonderful thing. Compounding, when you go over 20 or 30 years, is a wonderful, wonderful thing to where it is now a $4 trillion economy. You can debate at PPP, it's already number 3, but that's why it's between 3 and 5. When you're at that size, but the most important thing, because I agree completely with Prem, trust is also important. Can I trust that if there is an investment in the economy and in the country, we can get the returns from it 4 or 5 years down the road, and that the political system is stable enough? I'm not going to say completely constant. No system is completely, but stable enough that you can then derive those profits and be able to leverage them elsewhere. There is also the point of talent that a few of you made. I think Senator Daines talked about the 3.5 million people with talent, but if you go to the overall economy, if you need labor, because this is completely wrong in the current AI economy that you're not going to need labor. You are going to need labor, and that is one of the few places where you can get enough of it with people who are motivated, who are hungry, who want to get work done. So you take the political environment, the regulatory environment, with the talent, and you would begin to say, is this not the same story as Japan went through in the 50s and 60s, that South Korea went through in the 70s and 80s, that Germany went through in the 50s and 60s? Why wouldn't you want to be part of that explosion and be able to participate in it? And the reason I picked those examples, every one of those became a member of the global ecosystem. It was not for internal only.
Arvind, nothing not consistent, because I remember on this stage a year ago, when everyone was talking about AI and job destruction, you actually painted a more optimistic picture, partly because of the labor, partly because of the need for that. I'm curious that there are a lot of folks who think of India and think of the services industry. You have been a pioneer in talking about quantum. Can you tell us a little bit about what that will do for the US-India relationship and how you see that from a workforce perspective?
Yeah. Look, it's early days on quantum, let me acknowledge that. It's not far out into the future, but it's still early.
You said earlier, when I heard you say, you said earlier, I thought you meant 10 years, you said a year away.
2 to 3.
2 to 3, okay.
2 to 3 for massive commercial advantage. So why are we, and Ambassador Quatra mentioned it, we have put in one quantum computer that is going to go into Amravati, and that is an agreement with the state there and with the national government. We're talking about another one. I will leave that location unstated until it is done. The reason we are putting it there is, where are you going to get enough talent who has knowledge of math and physics, who wants to work on translating the problems that we know can be done onto the unique mathematics that quantum computers can do? They will certainly leverage it for themselves, but they will also leverage it to then be able to take that problem set globally. That is the investments that we are making and we are committed to, because the number of places in the world where you have enough of that deep math talent, but in this case it's not volume, it's quality and depth of talent, and the ability to think about these really hard problems and be able to then put them on these systems in ways that are going to be unique for at least the next decade. That is what we are trying to tap into. And when I talk into those people, I'll give you an example. There are these problems called prime number problems. Can you factorize these large numbers? And for 100 years, people thought these were impossible. That's a problem, because Prem mentioned one of the IITs. That is a problem that 3 people from one of the IITs actually solved about 15 years ago. We can tap those people to leverage these computers. I think it unpacks all kinds of possibilities.
So, Prem, I'm watching your face as you're listening to this.
Yeah, I was going to say I wasn't one of those.
So how do you, as an investor, I mean, you went to, I'm not an IIT guy like this Raj and others and all you guys and, these guys over here. And you went to Canada, I went to rural Ohio for college, So I was like, I'm listening to this and I'm like, how are you as an investor thinking about, okay, how do I capitalize on this? How do I take advantage of it? How do I understand this?
So here's a...
It takes a little more than figuring out character as well.
I was thinking of what Arvind said. It's simple. You've got Norway, and you've got the state of Maharashtra. It's a big state in India. 500 GDP. GDP is 500 billion. Norway, 500 billion. Norway's got 6 million people. Maharashtra's got 125 million people. Do you need to know anything more? 500, 6 million people, and 125 million people, right? So, the opportunity is huge, Nick, massive opportunity. Not if you're looking at it 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, but as Arvind was saying, if you look at it over time, massive opportunity.
Okay, so this is a very good, optimistic person, but I spent 25 years in the professional cynicism business, so what's the downside? What does India need to avoid?
The big risk for India is Mr. Modi is the man. He's the guy who's got it going. And, he's in great health and it should be there for at least complete the term and maybe another one. But you have to get someone. The fellow from Maharashtra is very good. He's not even 50. But in a democracy, it's who comes after Mr. Modi, right? And
Arvind, from where you sit?
Look, we can debate democracy forever. And democracy has many ills around it. Certainly populism is one of them. And what is that famous phrase? While I'm not a political scientist, I've read enough of it. Democracy is terrible, except all of the systems are much worse. So while I agree with Prem in that sense that you need somebody who's a good leader, I think if you unlock enough hunger in people, they will actually vote out bad leaders because now they have the appetite is whet. Can our quality of life get better? Can there be more economic opportunity for our children? And I think that is unlocked right now in India. And I do not see it switching away from democracy, and I do not see them trying to fall backwards. So it has to get through a lot. Like we talk about the positives, there is certainly low-level corruption that should be removed. That's only a tailwind there, not a headwind. I think as you take and improve risk, what I think is perhaps the single biggest for me, there is very little appetite for risk capital. There's a little bit in the venture community and in some of the new companies, but if you unlock a little bit more risk capital, returns get better over time, and you begin to get more of an economic opportunity. I think that's the next unlock to come.
And Nick, if I may just add, one big thing you have in the United States, GDP is, of course, the biggest GDP, but you've got a massive capital market. We've taken advantage. In Canada, I've taken advantage of the American capital markets. Fantastic capital markets. If you're raising bond money, 30-year bonds at 5-6%. He gets it for 4% or less.
So in terms of modernizing the capital markets, that would be a potentially huge opportunity too.
Huge opportunity.
Still a fairly immature capital market.
And the banking system. 60-70% is still owned by the government, meaning it's public, but the big percentage, 40-50%, is owned by the government, and that has to be sold into the marketplace.
So I'm going to try to bring this conversation back to where we started, because I would love to hear, Prem, from you. What's the one question you wish every CEO answered before you invested?
Only one? If there's one characteristic I'm looking at, it's humility. The fact that you don't know, you're not arrogant enough to think you know all the answers, and that you're humble enough to listen to Arvind or you or anyone else. And that's what I'm looking at when I meet people. But we are always looking at CEOs who've done really well. They're very exceptional CEOs, and it's like a passion for them. That's what they want to do. And if you get a fair price, then you invest in it.
So Arvind, it's similar but reverse question for you. What's the one question you wished investors stopped asking you?
I actually don't have a negative to any questions investors ask. They're putting their money at risk. I'm sorry, but they get the right to ask whatever they want to since it's their money. What I wish they would pay more attention to is certainly, I actually don't say the quarter or 6 months of the year is not important. It is. You have to get through that in order to get to the medium term. But I wish that more investors would focus on the 3-year horizon as opposed to just what is the quarterly and what is the annual. I think if they did that, I think they would make much better decisions, not just about us, but for themselves also.
You mentioned 3-year horizon. Let's look a little longer. You said something to Prem and me on the way in, which is there was a study done recently of which companies were what a positive return since the 100 years. Elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a study done by an academic from Arizona State. They looked at all public companies from 1926 to 2026, over 100 years. Only 1/3 of the companies, if you put $1 in on the first day they went public, only 1/3 gave you a positive return, not a market beating. 2/3 gave you a negative return. That was 28,000 companies they looked at, 17,000 were negative, 11,000 were positive. Of that 1/3 that was positive, you would call only 10% of the total 28,000 actually had what you would call a market-beating return. That is a return better than you could get out of US treasuries, etc. So this is where human intuition is wrong. The question that Prem is also asking from a different lens, who are those people? What are their characteristics that let you be in that 10%? And that is what is really, really interesting. Human intuition says it's a bell curve. You know, there's a middle and everything is spread around it. Not true. It's a Pareto. 80% are slammed against negative or zero. Only 20% escape. The question you should always ask is, what is it that allows you to be in that thin, long tail as opposed to the negative?
And where was IBM on that?
In the history from 1926 to 2026, IBM is number 4 on the list.
That's amazing.
A
Congratulations.
single dollar invested in 2026 would be over 300,000.
Wow. Prem, what would you say to that?
I did the same study. Our company is 40 years old. And if you looked at the New York Stock Exchange and all the exchanges in the United States, there were 6,000 companies listed. And you say, out of the 6,000, how many exist today? Many get bankrupt, takeover, all sorts of other problems. Only 600, 10% have survived in 40 years. And then you say, how many had a 15% compounded stock return, stock and dividends, appreciation for that 40-year period? And it's less than 60. 6,660, like Arvind says, 1%. 1% had that rate of return. We're very fortunate. We rank about 7 or 8 in that 40-year time period.
So can I jump in on this?
Please.
The reason for this is a lot of management is taught because of the questions that come, be risk averse, because taking risk gets you fired. If you don't take risk, but it's got to be judicious risk, you can pivot. If the risk becomes too much, you back off. It's how do you take the correct risk that gets you to that 1%? That is the question that every manager, every CEO, and every investor ought to be asking.
And Arvind, you might have read this, the fellow who was the president of Coke, he's got the 10 commandments of failure. He said, I don't know how you do well. I don't know about success, but I know about failure. 10 commandments of failure. And like Arvind was saying, number 1, you think you're big enough, you don't have to take risk. constructive risk, conscious risk, calculated risk, but you have to take risk. Right, what you said.
So I want to end with this because I think there is a thread here, which is long-term relationships take risk with each other, and the U.S. turns 250 years. In 2047, India will turn 100 years. And through that relationship, I think there are a lot of, if you actually apply the same test you said about companies, there are a lot of countries which don't exist today. We know the United States is going to be here for a long time. We know India is going to be here a long time. As Ambassador Gore said, it's going to outlast us all. And our role here is to strengthen that relationship and to think as long-term investors. So thank you all for coming. That was
great summary. Great summary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watsa, Mr. Krishna, and Mr. Deegan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage United States Congressman Ro Khanna. Congressman Khanna proudly serves California's 17th Congressional District, representing the heart of Silicon Valley. With a background as an educator, author, and former senior official at the Department of Commerce, he brings a distinct perspective to national governance. In Congress, he's an energetic champion of policies to create economic opportunity, advance workforce development, and ensure the technology sector benefits all Americans. Congressman Khanna, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. First, I want to give a shout out to my friend Mukesh Aghi. Mukesh is an incredible leader. Let's give him a round of applause. And I think he had coffee with me when I was at 3% in the polls about 10 years ago and has been a family friend and just a wonderful leader. And I appreciate Preeti on my team for helping me with the U.S.-India Council. Now, you know, I'm not one to mince words. I sort of tell things as they are. The U.S.-India relationship has been at the lowest point in the last 30 years. Trump's policies of getting into a war in Iran has been utterly destructive. It has been utterly destructive to the prices in India of gas. Talk to Jay Shankar if you don't believe me. The idea that we engaged in a unilateral war without our allies, without even consulting Europe or Canada or India, and made a mess of the world has hurt our credibility. And then the irrationality of the tariff war. I was in China, and the Indian ambassador said to me, a generation of trust has been lost by this president of yours. See, if we don't speak the truth about the damage that this president has done, not only at home but abroad, then we're just not living in reality. The new generation is not only going to have to rebuild America, we're going to have to rebuild our relationships around the world. And I contrast one of the greatest presidents with arguably the worst president in our history, FDR, with Donald Trump. And what was the difference? See, FDR actually believed in the self-determination of people. FDR was a supporter of what my grandfather was doing, Amarnath Vidyalankar, working with Lala Lajpat Rai, working with the Indian independence movement in jail in the 1930s, in the jail in the 1940s. And when Winston Churchill said that the British Empire should not set, FDR is the one who said, Churchill, you're wrong. America is for decolonization. America is for freedom. America is for being a good neighbor. America is for the principle of human rights and liberty, not just in the United States, but around the world. That's when America was seen as a moral leader of the world. And when John F. Kennedy was president, when we talked about self-determination and decolonization and working together with other nations to solve global poverty, to go into space, to solve disease, not through dictating by our might, but by inspiring from our ideals. That's what inspired people to come to America. That's what inspired my parents to come to America. That's what inspired so many here to come to the United States. And now you have an America that has forgotten that moral vision, that has a foreign policy of might makes right, threatening not just Iran, threatening Cuba, threatening to conquer Greenland. And we're here having dinner as if everything is normal. Of course it's not normal. You know, who cares about the partnerships of this and that when this president is literally destroying America's leadership in the entire world? And the demagoguery about immigrants, the demagoguery of this president in talking about the lack of immigrants coming into the United States. I mean, how can we sit here and not condemn his policies on what he has done with student visas, with the demonization of talent coming to the United States, with the sense of no understanding of the history of the civil rights movement and how that paved the way for the Immigration Act that allowed us to come here. He talks about leading in AI. 38% of the top AI researchers are of Chinese origin. 72% have foreign degrees. And this is a president who doesn't understand that we need to be recruiting talent, not turning talent away. And what is the good news? He's a lame duck. The Democrats are going to win decisively in 2026, and we're going to win in 2028. We are going to have a reemergence in this country of a new generation. You're seeing it. I mean, they don't see it. Oh, these people winning in New York, what are they? Tell them I've been out around the country. The energy is changing. You know, you can still go, you know, make your peace with Vance and Trump for another year, but that's not the future. It's not the future of this country. If you don't believe me, just get out there. See the anger that this president has caused in this nation. And so the hope is that we're going to reemerge. After the Civil War, we had the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. After Hoover crashed the economy, we had FDR. After George W. Bush, we had Barack Obama. America has a remarkable capacity for self-correction. Our destiny is to be the first cohesive multiracial democracy. And my hope as an Indian American of Hindu faith, as an Indian American who was inspired by my grandfather and who saw the sacrifices he made, as people who, you know, whatever we do, we'll pale in comparison to the sacrifices that my grandfather made, pale in comparison to the sacrifices that the founders of this country made, that those who fought in the Civil War made, or in World War II made, or were beaten on the Edmund Pettus Bridge made. My hope is that as we talk about the U.S.-India relationship, we talk beyond what the defense relationship is, what the economic relationship is, what the investment relationship is. We talk about what the relationship needs to be in terms of our highest values. The values of seeing human freedom flourish here and around the world. The value of seeing self-determination flourish here and around the world. The values of seeking a world that is at peace, working to solve civilization's problems. At its best, that's what America is. And at its best, that's what Indian Americans should be. It's not about a blind alliance. It's about finding an alliance that will further the values of civilization and humanity. That is the work I hope to do, and I'm really honored to have the opportunity to share some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Khanna, for sharing your remarks and your insights with us. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Ambassador Kenneth Juster to to share his reflections as we celebrate America at 250 and launch our coffee table book, We the People, 250 Voices That Shaped the U.S.-India Relationship. Ambassador Juster served as the 25th U.S. Ambassador to India from 2017 to 2021. His distinguished career spans over 45 years of leadership across government, law, and the private sector, including senior roles in the White House, the Departments of State and Commerce, the Council on Foreign Relations, and numerous corporate boards. Throughout, he has played a central role in shaping U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy and strengthening the U.S.-India strategic partnership. Ambassador Juster, over to you.
Thank you very much, Maliki. It's a great pleasure to be here for the annual Leadership Summit of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum, and to be introduced by Maliki Nugent, who was my Treasury attaché while I was in New Delhi. I've had the privilege of being deeply involved in this relationship for the past 25 years, both as a government official and in the private sector. And I've always been pleased that the relationship was one that was bipartisan, that we approached India from both sides of the aisle and came together on the importance of that relationship. And that's why I feel it is inappropriate to use this as a partisan forum for one's political point of view. So, now, having said that, while many of us are quite familiar with the recent story of bilateral ties, you may not be as familiar with some of the history of this relationship and the fact that India and the United States have been intertwined in fascinating ways for several centuries. Indeed, no two nations so far apart geographically have been so closely connected as the United States and India. It was when Christopher Columbus sailed in search of a western route to India and Asia that he came across the Americas, and we know the significance of that development. A few centuries later, the United States established two of its earliest overseas diplomatic missions in India. First, our consulate in Calcutta in November 1792, and soon thereafter, our consulate in Madras in November of 1794. And this was only a few years after the United States had established its first overseas mission in Paris, France in 1779. Now, moving forward about 150 years, it was US President Franklin Roosevelt, a strong advocate for anti-colonialism, who exerted significant pressure on Great Britain to grant independence to India. Of course, his stance was greatly influenced by the Indian independence movement and figures such as Mahatma Gandhi. President John F. Kennedy recognized FDR's contribution to India's independence by giving the name Roosevelt House to the new residence of the US ambassador in Delhi in 1963. It is also noteworthy that the United States was among the few countries, perhaps the only country, to establish diplomatic relations with India's interim government, and did so in September 1946, more than 11 months before India declared its independence. A few years later, on January 16, 1950, India's constitution came into effect, beginning with the same three words as the US Constitution: we the people. Despite the intertwining of our histories, India's non-aligned status and centrally planned economy, along with the US cultivation of Pakistan as an ally, limited US-India ties during the Cold War. While bilateral relations improved with the end of the Cold War and India's economic reforms of 1991, relations hit a low point after India conducted its second set of nuclear tests in May 1998. These tests led to a wave of sanctions from multiple countries, including the United States, as required by US law. The Clinton administration sought to get the relationship back on track through a series of talks between US Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot and Indian Minister of External Affairs Jaswant Singh, involving 14 meetings in 7 countries. The Talbot-Singh talks led to the removal of some of the economic sanctions imposed after the 1998 nuclear tests and laid the groundwork for a 5-day visit to India by President Clinton in March 2000. That trip significantly improved the atmosphere surrounding the bilateral relationship by demonstrating US interest in India at the highest level and surfacing increasingly positive attitudes toward the United States among the Indian public. President George W. Bush came into office in 2001 determined to transform the relationship between the world's oldest democracy, the United States, and the world's largest democracy, India. High technology was at the center of this transformation, beginning with the establishment of a high technology cooperation group, then an initiative named Next Steps in Strategic Partnership, and ultimately the signing of the Civil Nuclear Agreement in 2008. At the same time, the United States began to sell military equipment to India, and the defense relationship continued to develop with the Obama administration, when they designated India as a major defense partner in 2016. President Obama and Prime Minister Modi also issued the landmark US-India Joint Strategic Vision for the Asia-Pacific and the Indian Ocean region in January 2015, when President Obama served as the chief guest at India's Republic Day parade. The first Trump administration continued the momentum by signing several long-negotiated enabling agreements with India that further integrated our defense sectors, and we initiated a 2+2 dialogue among India's foreign and defense ministers and the US Secretaries of State and Defense. The Trump administration also revived at the ministerial level the Quad grouping of Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, and we issued the United States' first Indo-Pacific strategy. The Biden administration elevated the Quad meetings to the leadership level and continued the practice of formulating an Indo-Pacific strategy. The Biden team also promoted the high technology relationship with ISET, its initiative on critical and emerging technology, which the Trump administration rebranded into its Trust Initiative, transforming the relationship using strategic technology. The second Trump administration has also continued to work with India on defense cooperation and energy security, as well as by seeking to conclude a first-ever bilateral trade agreement. Throughout the period from 2000 to 2026, the economic relationship between the two countries has continued to grow. When I began as Undersecretary of Commerce in 2001, bilateral trade in goods and services was $19 billion. And as you've heard today, it's almost $250 billion, with the aspiration to reach $500 billion by the end of the decade. Of course, completing a trade deal would greatly facilitate this. In short, over the last 26 years, the US-India partnership, labeled since the first Trump administration as the Comprehensive Global and Strategic Partnership, has broadened and deepened across almost every area of human endeavor, including defense, nonproliferation, counterterrorism, trade and investment, science and technology, healthcare, energy and the environment, agriculture, education, space, the oceans, and much more. Our people-to-people relationship has been especially important in many ways. It is the secret sauce that binds us together including through various periods of ups and downs in governmental relations. I will always remember the Howdy Modi event for the Prime Minister in Houston in September 2019 that was attended by more than 50,000 people, followed soon thereafter by the Namaste Trump event in Ahmedabad in February 2020, attended by more than 100,000 people. The goodwill among our people is significant, and the impact of more than 5 million Indian Americans in the United States on our economy and society is immeasurable. Since its roots in 1975 up through today, the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum and its business leaders have been a critical player in virtually every aspect of the relationship. Their chairman, John Chambers, and their president and CEO, Mukesh Aghi, supported by an excellent board, notable advisors, and a dedicated staff, deserve enormous credit for their leadership in promoting and fostering this strategic partnership. They have put together an outstanding coffee table book, We the People, that celebrates the history of U.S.-India relations and 250 of the many people from all walks of life who have shaped this relationship. Many thanks to them for doing this, and to all of you for joining us at this wonderful event. And let's now play a video about the book. Okay, thank you very much.
In August 2022, USISPF launched We the People, 75 years of U.S.-India relations. We commemorated the Platinum Jubilee of India's independence and celebrated 75 years of U.S.-India diplomatic ties. Our first book did its best to capture the iconic moments as we looked back on history to understand the present. We celebrated diplomatic milestones, economic momentum, and reminded ourselves of the shared democratic values that continue to unite us. And so, we embarked on a task to tell the story of the U.S.-India relationship through the voices of the people who made this relationship possible. Our second edition is something different. It is more personal, more human, and in its own way, more impactful. As we approach July 2026, a milestone year for the world's oldest democracy, the United States of America celebrates 250 years as a thriving, robust democracy. A moment in time to reflect on what makes America what it is. The ideals, sacrifices, and aspirations of the people who built this great nation. The pages in this book reflect the people. 250 stellar individuals across centuries who represent a cross-section of humanity. They came from diverse walks of life and lived in different eras. They are artists and architects, academics and activists, diplomats and doctors, entrepreneurs and engineers, presidents and prime ministers, policymakers and pioneers, but one thread unites them all. In their own ways, knowingly or unknowingly, they each played a role in shaping the U.S.-India relationship we celebrate today. These portraits remind us that the story of the United States and India is not just the story of two governments, but a story of people. Our book cannot capture all of their accomplishments, but it seeks to acknowledge the contributions of these 250 individuals who helped lay the foundation of this enduring partnership. It is a celebration of what has been built and an acknowledgement of what is to come. As America marks 250 years of independence and India strides forward, the voices in these pages offer us a sense of what is possible when two great nations are brought together by their people. Their story is the U.S.-India story, presenting USISPF's second coffee table book. We the People, 250 voices that have shaped the U.S.-India relationship.
Well, Ashok, come up here. Ken? Well, this is the final session, and we are here to launch the coffee table book. Both Ashok, who is the lead restaurateur, in Washington, D.C., and Ken as a diplomat. Ashok coming from India, Ken as an American here.
Who likes to eat at his restaurant?
Who will actually eat at his restaurant. So this is the launch of the book. We have a copy for each one of you outside. Well, thank you once again for taking the time, celebrating the relationship between two countries. We wish you a wonderful evening. The bar is open. Networking starts there. Thank you once again.